everybody, welcome to the stream. Yes, yes. We're back with more Umineko Thursday. Where were we at? Ah, yes. Hey, that's the track I was just playing. All right, so we stopped. There is a love competition going on. PhD, hello. Only one person, Jessica, George, or baby chick Beatrice, will be able to guarantee that their loves work out. Or perhaps the winner is the only one who can achieve their love. So, we saw Jessica and George already get through the first round, already saying they would kill a bitch for love. And now it's Widow Baby Beato's turn. And let's see what she's gonna do. That's the title of my stream. So then, who will take the next challenge? Gotta be Widow Baby Beato. Will it be Beatrice-sama? No, it might be Shannon. No, this has to be Kanon's time to shine. Y'all are being so suspicious with Shannon and Kanon being, and Beatrice all being possibilities for the next round. Are y'all, Alright. I am, my back is straight. Alright, so, y'all aren't even being subtle. Come, speak up! Who is next? Who will take the next trial? What witch would hesitate at committing murder on the game board? Even excess shyness can kill love. Oh God. Real. Come, who will be next? To carry out a murder of love. Shannon, with the black background, is like she was talking with Kanon before. It could be their mind palace. Shannon and Kanon were in this mind palace black background before. They think they're gonna pull a fast one on me. I am staring so hard. The three of them, see? The three of them in the black background. They are three personalities in one person. The three who remained looked at each other inside their mind palace because they all inhabit one body. If the other two are going to spend a few more moments hesitating to raise their hands, I will raise my own instead. All three thought this at the same time because they're in the same body! So, they all raised their hands at the same time. The ones they loved had already shown their determination. I guess Battler did too. They had to carry on. And that's the end of the scene. Spooky! Spooky. I know what the fuck they are doing. Oh. So it's past noon or past midnight? Midnight of 10 after. The fate of those who do not fight. Well, do they count or what? Rosa could be seen in the parlor. It seemed that the relatives all wanted to be alone now that they had dispersed for a short break. Since everyone had avoided the parlor, the obvious place for people to gather, Rosa was able to have this relaxing and comforting room all to herself. That didn't mean she looked relaxed. Her expression was heavy with gloom and weariness. The cup of black tea that she had brought from the dining hall had gone stone cold. Comforting silence. Now that no one else was in sight, Rosa's heart finally awoke. She was always treated like a kid in the conferences with her 3 siblings. She had no influence at all. But possibly because of that, she was apparently considered to be a neutral party. The siblings would often ask for her agreement, sometimes even treating her like an adjudicator or a judge. She's like the tiebreaker. I have to make use of that and turn the discussion in the direction I want. I have to find almost 100 million yen by March. By March? Okay, this is a tidbit we hadn't heard before. That was supposed to be my great commitment. A burden I bore to help support his business. What the fuck are you talking about, Rosa? Hello? The married man asshole? Or somebody having to do with your business? Or what? Oh, no worries. No worries, Peach Tea. Yeah, you can go ahead and leave. I'm sure others will be filing in. No worries. Do what you need to do. But thank you for tagging in real fast. Right, let's see. Now, I'm not sure anymore. If I can pay off the debt, will he call me again? Rosa, you gotta be kidding me. You were ready to leave your daughter to die in episode 2 so you could get money to pay back a good-for-nothing man? Are you shitting me, Rosa? Rosa? What the fuck? Well, you can forget it. After all this time, wait, is this about Maria's father? What'd you miss? Nothing, I just started. Well, I don't know, well, maybe you might have missed last time. There's a love competition going on. Just, like, only one person's love will be guaranteed to succeed. And so, George and Jessica already, proved that they would murder somebody for their love. So George killed Eva, his mother, and Jessica killed Kirie because she was, like, just gonna kill the first person who came across her path, and it was Kirie. And then, yep. They were told to, round 1 of this game, you really love this person, you're gonna kill for them. Gotta commit a murder. Yeah, so that's the first 2 victims we know of are Eva and Kirie. That's like, this is ugly bullshit. Well, it's Battler's game. I think he's trying to prove a point. And so the third person in the game is supposed to be little chick Beatrice. And, but Shannon and Kanon also are all like, oh, we should do this. And then they all raise their hand at the same time to volunteer to go next. So it's ambiguous as to who went next, but I'm like, they all raised their hand at the same time because they're all sharing the same body. Because they're all different personalities of one person. Anyway. The biggest wuss killing the two biggest badasses on the island. Nonsense. True. True. Well, it wasn't easy, it seemed. But that's true. It would be doubtful. So now, we are going to another scene. Everybody split up for the conference. So now we have Rosa alone in the parlor. Yeah, no, you got a point. You got a point. Okay, yeah, if the third person to die is Rosa, all three badass women on the island, that would be real bullshit. All three badass mothers. But anyway, we're in a scene with Rosa right now, and we seem to... She's just relaxing by herself now that she's got a moment. Because the conference, everybody's on break and getting killed. Rouse and Gomez, you could believe it. But not those two, I know, right? Why did Jessica and George have to pick hard mode and kill the biggest badasses right away? Anyway, we're having more insight finally. I've been curious about this for freaking months. About the nature of Rosa's financial trouble. And now it's like she was paying back a debt to a good-for-nothing man? Is that what this whole thing was about? You're gonna leave your child to die over this? No, I'm just kidding. But, so we're getting a little flashback with her and seeing what that's about. Maybe it's Maria's father. So that's right where I'm at. I'm like, are you talking about Maria's dad? Or, well, you can forget it. Even if you do contact me after all this time, I'll be the one turning you down. I knew it! I knew it! I knew it! But still, you were Maria's father, you know? This has to do with Maria's father? Her debt? I thought that was established already. Maria's dad left her a huge debt. Yeah, that was like 9 years ago. She kept saying it was super, super urgent. She needed a lot of money right now. I didn't realize those two things were connected. I never made that connection in my head. Ah, that and her company almost going bankrupt. I mean, that's what I thought this was about. But maybe not so much? This is like, starting to become a little more clear. But still, you were Maria's father, you know? Please come and see her. If only just once. Kanon? Kanon was the one who won the competition of the hand raising. Uh-oh, Kanon's here to kill her. And the fact that she apparently spends his times with boyfriends instead of working or taking care of her child cough. Yeah, that's why I was like, what? When this seemed to be about a man. I'm like, not one of your boy toys that you have to get the money to. But no, apparently this has to do with Maria's father, which is vastly more interesting. And also, what is going on? All right. Love is quite a difficult thing to stick to, isn't it? Huh? Who? Though no one should have been in the parlor. Someone suddenly spoke to Rosa and she jumped. Just when had it happened? Kanon could be seen standing there. Even considering that she had been deep in thought, to think that she hadn't noticed him at all.
びっくりしたわ。
You scared me.
ごめんなさい。考え事をしてて気づかなかったみたい。
Sorry, I guess I was thinking so hard that I didn't notice you.
何？
Need something?
いえ、
No.
ローザ様を今苦しめているのは愛ゆえにです。
The reason you are currently in pain is because of love, Rosa-sama.
違いますか？
Am I wrong?
唐突ね。
That's sudden.
何の話かよくわからないわ。
I'm not sure what you're talking about.
ローザ様はマリア様の父親に。
Alright, so Kanon's just putting it out here. Battler, thank you for making this all crystal clear for us plebeians. Thank you, Battler. Maria-sama's father asked you to be the co-signer on a loan,
それを引き受けられました。
and you accepted. Who are you fucking talking to? Furniture, right?
困った子ね。
What a troublesome
ク
kid.
ラウス兄さんが話してたのを廊下か何かで聞いてたの？
You were listening to Kraus Nissan from the hallway, weren't you? True. Earlier this day, in this very room, Kraus had seen through the fact that Rosa was bearing a massive debt because she had become a co-signer on a loan. However, he hadn't said that to her. However, he had not said that her partner had been Maria's father. Why did Kano know so much?
ローザ様はとても聡明な方です。
You are a very wise person, Rosa-sama.
連帯保証人を引き受けることがどういう意味を持つか
You wouldn't have become a co-signer
よく考えもせず引き受けたわけがありません。
without thinking carefully about the consequences.
席こそまだだったけれど、
I hadn't yet moved to his family register,
これから結婚する相手でパートナーだと思ってた。
but I thought of the man I would soon marry as my partner.
私の名前がなければ借りられないお金なら、それに協力するのが未来の妻の役目だと思ったのよ。
If he couldn't borrow the money without my name, I figured that helping him out was my responsibility as his future wife.
未来は来ましたか？
And did that future ever come? Yeah, this is a very personal matter. No, it hadn't. So afterwards, Rosa was always alone. Wow, what a sentence with Maria standing right there. And Maria never had a father. However, time moved on. Maria, who should have been a symbol of their union, just kept growing. Almost like a living hourglass, measuring the length of the hell Rosa had crawled through. Because of that, Maria's growth hurt. Is that what some of the pent-up animosity is about?
皮肉よね。
It's a cruel joke.
私はあの男のことを何度も忘れようとしたわ。
I tried to forget that man several times.
でも忘れても借金は消えないの。
But you know, forgetting him doesn't get rid of that debt. It was only natural. So, whether or not she forgot her love, she had to do all she could to pay that money back.
でもね、こうも思うの。
But you know, I also think of it this way.
私が立派に返済しきったら、それは彼が私に与えてくれた愛の試練に打ち勝ったという意味になるの。
If I can manage to pay everything off, it'll mean that I've passed the trial of love that he gave me. Yo, this is why they're finally revealing this in episode 6, because it's thematically appropriate.
結局は返さなくちゃいけない借金なのに、どうしてその結果得られる愛を先に自ら捨てるの？
If I have to pay off my debt anyway, how can I abandon my reward, the love I could gain as a result, before it's over? I thought you would have used this as a way to move on, and you can finally put him past you. No?
返済してから考えても遅くはないと思わない？
Don't you think I could put off thinking about that until after I've paid it all back? But why do you only have until March, and why is it so dead serious to get this money now before March? It may have been a trick of words that only those who have suffered through love could understand. And like, couldn't she pay it back a little at a time? Why do you need a lump sum of almost a million smackaroos, or 100 million yen, by March? It may have been a trick of words that only those who have suffered through love could understand. Even Rosa vaguely realized that she might have been deceived. However, if she was able to succeed in paying back the loan, he might acknowledge her usefulness as a wife. Yo, Rosa! No, 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 no. Not worth it. Not worth it. Use this as an excuse to put him behind you. It would be nice if he saw Maria at least once, but no way, Rosa. I know you're lonely, but he showed he's a useless piece of shit as a husband. Not that you're useful as a wife. He's not worth it, Rosa. I know you've got serious issues, but please. When that happened, she might be able to regain her love. Not worth it. But if she had already abandoned that love, then what? You can put it behind you and move on and maybe try to heal your relationship with your daughter. I can't speak to her skill as a wife and as a mother. I know! Ah! This debt, this trial that he had given her would become completely meaningless. No, it would be you would get past this dark chapter in your life, this time that you were done extra dirty, although you've been done dirty all your life in various ways, and put it behind you and move on. You don't have to sunk cost fallacy this shit, Rosa, please. Please. You need to go to fucking therapy, Rosa! Yes, for her, the debt itself appeared to be a trial of love. In fact, the very fact that she looked at it that way might have been her blindness due to love. That's what I'm saying, girl. Not worth it. No. As well as proof that she still hadn't cast off her infatuation with the past. Yeah, you keep applying a past to Maria to her detriment. Even now, she still suffered. And that suffering would continue. At least until she paid back the massive loan and let a good deal of time pass after that. Until she could finally lay her feelings for him to rest. Yeah, that sounds better. That sounds better. Let's go on that track. But why March? Could this be that hell Kirie-sama spoke of? Oh, so all of them were Right, all of them were being little spectators to the spectator sport of the love murders, right? So that's how, well, I mean, there's several explanations for why he would know this, but I think that's what they're going with. Could this be that hell Kirie-sama spoke of?
そうね。
Probably.
何の話か分かりかねるけ
Though I'm not sure what you're talking
ど、
about.
私の世界が地獄で満たされていることは間違いないわ。
There's no doubt that my world has been a total hell.
それはどうやったら終わらせられるのですか？
And how can that be put to an end? My world has been a hell. I think this is supposed to apply to Beatrice too.
さあね。
Who knows?
それが分かったら誰も恋の病に蝕まれたりはしない。
If anyone did, the disease called love would never eat into anyone again. That disease is a serious one. It sometimes eats into a person for their entire life, spreading to and hurting the people closest to them. Oof, baby. That disease was torturing her now as much as it ever had.
キリエさんの話が出たから言うけど、
Well, since you bring up Kirie-san,
彼女の話は私にとって希望。
her,
夢なの。
her story is like an aspiration to me, or a dream. No, she really does want to get that man back. No! Though she had her man stolen from her, she persevered for 18 years. She never fell to despair, and instead continued to support Rudolph lying in wait for a miracle.
マリアはまだ9歳よ。
Maria is still only 9 years old.
キリエさんが待った18年のまだ半分じゃない。
I've only waited for the first half of Kirie-san's 18 years.
それくらいで値を上げてたら彼女に笑われるわ。
If I gave up after just this, you would laugh at me.
あと9年で奇跡が起こると思いますか？
Do you think that a miracle will occur in another 9 years?
それを疑ったらおしまいよ。
Doubting that would be the end of me.
ある意味、私は亡霊なのよ。
In a sense, I'm a ghost.
私はすでに死んでいる。
I'm already dead.
それに気づかず生きている。
I'm just living on without noticing.
決して来ない人、永遠に待つ亡霊。
A ghost waiting for eternity for a person who will never come. Just like Beatrice waiting for Battler.
そうよ。
That's right.
彼の夢を応援したいなんて甘えたことを言ったあの日に、私は多分もう死んでいた。
That day, when I naively said that I wanted to support his dream, I was probably already dead.
やっぱりあの日は後悔すべき日だったのかしら。
I guess that really was a regretful day in the end.
俺には夢がある。海外を巡りたい。
I have dreams. I want to go overseas.
このちっぽけな日本を飛び出して必ず大物になって帰ってくる。
I'll fly out of this tiny country, make it big, and come back to you.
懐かしいわね。
That takes me back.
あの頃の私は互いの途方もない夢を認め合うのが恋人同士。
Yo, what if he just plane crashed somewhere and you didn't know? What if that's what this is all was? At that time, I thought of lovers as a pair of people willing to acknowledge the other's radical dreams.
だから彼も私がデザイナーとして大成してパリで新作を発表して
I'd become a successful designer, announcing my new lines in Paris.
取材陣にもみくちゃにされるなんて夢を楽しそうに語って喜ばせてくれたわ。
Getting jostled by the press, He loved to talk about that dream, and I loved listening to him.
思えば本当におかしな地に足がついてない日々だった。
When I think about it, I really had my head in the clouds during that strange time.
互いに互いを浮かれさせてふわふわし合ってる感じ。
We both lifted the other up, as though we were drifting about in the air.
だから彼が日本を飛び出したいなんて言い出した時、私はそれを喝采して応援を約束したわ。
So, when he said that he wanted to get out of Japan, I applauded him and promised to support him. Acknowledging each other's great dreams that might never be is a standard sort of pillow talk for lovers. But once they started to translate into actual action, from that point on I should have been serious and practical.
私はあの日彼を見送ったことを長いこと誇りにしてた。
For a long time, I felt proud of letting him go on that day. I felt proud of letting him go on that day.
今も誇りにしてる。
No, I still do. Why couldn't Bro wait for the birth of his child or his marriage?
でも後悔をしているんですね。
But you still regret it.
そうよ。
That's right.
あの日泣きわめいて反対してたら、私は地獄に落ちなかったかもしれない。
If on that day I had sobbed and pleaded for him to stay, I might not have fallen into hell.
それを笑顔で見送ったのが私の勝利。
Did seeing him off with a smile really make me a winner?
違うわ。
Of course not.
それはある意味戦うべき時を自ら放棄した不先輩みたいなものだった。
I basically lost by default by refusing to fight when the time came. Oh, so is that why this part's called What Happens to Those Who Don't Fight?
私はその負けを美化して男の海外への挑戦を笑顔で見送り、
I only glorified that loss. Saw him off with a smile as he went to take on the world overseas.
海外しく娘と帰りを待つ良き女の幻想に酔ってるだけ。
And became intoxicated with the fantasy that I was some brave woman waiting patiently with her daughter for her man's return.
電話一本よこさず、彼が教えてくれた住所への郵便も転居先不明で戻ってくるのにね。
Even though he never called me once after that, and mail sent to the address he gave me came back forwarding address unknown. What if he died? What if he died? I mean, the address part is a bit sus, but what if he died? What if you've been doing this and doing this to Maria over nothing? That's the sunk cost fallacy you should be more worried about.
ここが地獄よ。
Where I am right now is hell.
戦うべき時に戦わなかったことを死ぬまで後悔する地獄。
A hell will I'll regret until the day I die that I didn't fight when I was meant to.
私はその地獄に娘まで引きずり込んでいる。
I've even dragged my daughter into hell with me.
いっそ誰かに殺されたい。
I wish someone would just kill me.
お前はすでに殺された。亡霊なのだと宣告された。
I want to be told that I've already been killed. That I'm a ghost.
恋は戦わなくちゃ地獄を這う。
In love, if you do not fight, you fall into hell.
そう、恋は戦うもの。
Yes, love is a fight.
勝って得るか
Will you win and gain
負けて死ぬか
or lose and die?
でもどうか死を恐れないで。
But please have no fear of death.
なぜならそれは安らかな眠りだから
After all, it is a peaceful sleep.
真に恐ろしいのは
What is truly terrifying
勝てずそして死ねもしなかった眠れぬ亡者たちの落ちる地獄
is the hell that finds the unsleeping ghosts who neither win nor die.
その地獄に終わりはない。
That hell has no end.
恋の戦いは戦いもせず
The battle of love is cruelest to those
死ねもしなかった者に最も残酷なんだ
who could neither win nor die.
恋は当たって砕けろってわけだ。
So, in love, you've got to go for broke.
そういう討ち死にはせいせいするよな。
Dying in battle is better than the alternative.
人を最も苛む毒薬は恋を腐らせて作るという。
They say that the most torturous toxin for humans is made from rotting love.
その苦しみはどのような悪趣味な地獄の拷問をも上回る。
The suffering it brings exceeds the tortures of the most twisted hells. She said this as a warning to motivate her double and little sister, encouraging her to take on any trial, no matter how severe.
わかります。
I understand. After all, when my desire to have Battler's son one day accept me wells up in my chest, I can feel the seed that resides there.
その種を芽吹かせるも死なせるも自由。
It is up to me to kill that seed or make it bud. Whew. All right, I'm gonna hydrate. Well, this is a heavy scene. Damn. All right.
でもそのまま胸の中で腐らせればきっとその毒は
I think
一
so.
生永遠に苛む。
But if I let it rot here in my chest, its poison will surely torment me forever.
それこそが我ら千年の魔女をして
They're
も
basically that song that goes love her. It's like that's the scene right now. And that, even for us 1,000-year-old
世
witches,
界で一番恐ろしい拷問だ。
is the most terrifying torture in the world.
見届けよ恋を愛を軽んじる者たちよ
Behold what happens to those who make light of
こ
love.
のローザの地獄こそが
This hell of roses
恋の種を芽吹かせる勇気を持てず腐らせたる者がたどる末路
is what happens to those who do not possess the courage to make the seed of love bud and instead allow it to rot.
その苦しみは自分の手では終わらせられない
One cannot end that pain by their own hands. By their own hands. They need the other person. Okay, those two are demons of love that have popped up. They're more demons. Huh? What was the red sword? Oh, that was Kanon's energy sword. Gotcha. Just now. Was that a red light?
「失礼しました」
My apologies. Huh?
何
What? Just now, I thought I saw something strange. Are they saying that Rosa did something wrong by being too accepting, too kind, too understanding? Miranda, we need to have a talk about Rosa. One, how come she hasn't ever thought of the possibility that her baby daddy died? Like, I feel like when people go off to another country, I know they don't have cell phones yet, but when somebody goes off to another country and you never hear back, I think most people would think to file a missing persons report, right? Or something. And her family has influence. It could be like, can you go find my man? But Rosa feels like she has to do everything by herself. She's never asking for the police for help. She's never getting therapy for somebody to get it through to her. Like, it is not worth it for you to hold on. You need to move on, girl. If he comes back, he comes back. If he doesn't, he doesn't. Girl, you are hurting your daughter by handling all of this shit without seeking help. Oh my god, okay. Considering how proud and how attached to appearance, yeah. Yeah. Okay. Just now, I thought she values her image over her daughter. Oh, what are you gonna say to this, Mirinda? B over here is saying, Rosa did something wrong, hashtag. Just now, I thought I saw something strange. Her daughter's well-being, yeah. I wonder if I'm tired. It's probably just my imagination. Rosa picked up her cup of cold tea. When she did, she saw a small red rose petal floating on the surface. Does blood float in tea? Vote on your phones now. Rose?
そのソファーはローザ様が幼少の頃
I have heard that in your youth,
好んで横になられたものと聞いております。
you loved to lie on that sofa. It wasn't a rose petal. It was a drop of blood that had fallen from Rosa's eyes. In an instant, Hanun had beautifully and precisely cut just the single thread of Rosa's life. There was no wound on Rosa's body. There were only the few drops of blood that dripped down from her eyes. Her pain, her uncertainties, and her worries were all gone now. Slowly, she collapsed onto the sofa and lay there. Oh, that's freaky. Erika's gonna be like, the tea was poisoned! Or test it for poison. That had been one of her most blissful habits during the most blissful time of her life.
おやすみなさいませ、ローザ様。
Sleep well, Rosa-sama.
あなたの地獄は今終わりました。
Your hell has ended. Hanun took a blanket out of a cupboard and gently covered Rosa with it. See even Rosa with love, Hanun does. It would have looked to anyone, just as though Rosa was sleeping peacefully. Those demons had not exaggerated when speaking of love as a battle, and a trial. In fact, although cruel, this could even be said to be an honest reflection of reality, in the sense that it made no attempt to hide the fact that to lose in love is to die. I don't understand. I suggest Rosa did something wrong, and you all say I'm wrong still? Were you suggesting it? Were you? I thought you were saying, wait, is that what the game's saying? Is it canon now? You didn't assert that she had done something wrong. You were asking. Now, my part is complete. Were you watching, demons? Why is he being attacked? Oh, no! Maria! Oh shit, dog! How could you kill Mama? Uh-oh. Could you kill Mama? Machine gun red bullets of truth. One of the two great witches of the Mariage Sorcière, Maria. Though she was just an apprentice, the power sleeping within her had impressed even Beatrice at the height of her strength. In Maria's eyes, though Rosa was the Black Witch, she was also a vessel of the mother she couldn't help but love. Her anger at having that stolen from her was near madness. How could you do that to Mama? To Mama! To Mama! To Mama! Maria, I thought everybody would be together and happy in the Golden Land. Maria's attack was too emotional. Because of this, she didn't notice that Kanon had already disappeared in the span of a few short moments. Oh yeah, that was another episode! And she released her barrage at what had become empty space. In the meantime, Kanon jumped from wall to wall around to Maria's back. I don't want to kill past my quota. But I will defend myself. Oh shit, Kanon. Just like episode 3, are they booking it? Oh, Sakutaro defended her. Quota is crazy, I agree. Uryu. What are you? Diplomatic immunity. I won't let you target Maria or me. Damn! The red trailing sword that extended from Kanon's hand dissipated in an instant. He managed to make it reappear, but when he tried to use it on Maria and Sakutaro again, it vanished once more. Because of Sakutaro's power, he was unable to make either of them the target of his attacks. Beaten by a stuffed doll, I know, right? There you are. Since when have you been there? Uryu, I won't let anyone bully Maria. Damn it. Maria finally noticed where Kanon was, and she slowly turned around. Kanon made his sword materialize yet again. But no matter how often he tried, it kept fading out, like a flashlight with a bad battery.
もう逃がさない。
I won't let you get away
マ
now.
リアのママを奪った罪許さない。
I won't forgive you for the sin of stealing Mama away. I'll kill you.
ママがみんなを殺したように無慈悲に殺す。
Just like Mama killed them, I'll kill you without mercy. Ooh, is this about the little marching band dolls and Sakutaro? As Maria howled, the entire parlor was surrounded by a cube of red magic barriers. It was a locked room symbolizing a barrier that Kanon could never escape. Damn it! Not here! Kanon cursed his bad luck, even though he had fulfilled his goal in the demon's trial. If he was killed here, he'd be dragged off the game board. Dragged off the game board. What Dan was saying about Kanon's not leaving a body every single time continues to be true.
マリア、ほどほどにね。
Maria, don't overdo it.
ほどほどに。
Yeah, I won't overdo it.
ママよりちょっとだけ手加減する。
I'll be a little more gentle than Mama was. A lonely deep sea fish. Huh?
ウリュウ、誰？
Uryu, who is it?
失礼します。
Shannon! Let's fucking go. How does everybody keep getting into this room? Pardon me, Maria-sama.
ゼパル様、フルフル様との契約により、お命頂戴いたします。
In accordance with the contract with Zepar-sama and Furfur-sama, I come for your life. Right! She still has to kill someone too for her own quota. And it makes sense that Shannon and Kanon could manifest in the same room because they're the same person. But what an interesting question. How do all these people keep getting into this room? Like Shannon and Kanon, well, I mean, first of all, Rosa thought she was in here alone. She's been known to lock the parlor, especially in episode 2. The parlor is a locked room. It has been used several times. Interesting questions indeed. Wow, thank you, Dolphin Word. Did I touch upon something important? Uh-oh. So, like, apparently Rosa was here alone, but of course we could question how much of this is really true. And then Kanon shows up. Shannon also showing up, I guess, is probably the least surprising bit about this. Hello, Rep. Is probably the least surprising bit about this because Shannon and Kanon could be different personalities of the same person. But then how did Maria get in here? Was Maria here the whole time? But then I feel like would Rosa be? Huh. Guess it's possible Maria could have been here the whole time. And then Rosa is just used to ignoring her so much that she's like, yeah, I'm just gonna take a nap here and not even think about her. I don't know. Thank you for following, Dolphin Word. I hope you enjoy. In accordance with the contract with Zepar-sama and Furfur-sama, I come for your life. Shannon, don't get in my way! the timing on the music. It's pointless, Shano.
マリア誰にも照準できない。
No one can target Maria.
はい
Yes,
照準など大それたことはいたしません。
I don't intend to target her in any way.
ただ私は身を守るだけです。
I will simply protect myself. Myself! She didn't say she'd protect Kanon. She said myself. There are two personalities in the same body. Okay. A cylindrical red magical barrier surrounded Shannon as she stood in the center of the parlor. Its brightness and thickness grew, and its radius quickly expanded, filling up the room. It wasn't targeting Maria. Shannon was wielding this power to protect herself. So Saktaro's power didn't make it disappear. See, she said she only said she was protecting herself, not Kanon, and yet Kanon's in the barrier. It's
お
on.
嬢様への気持ちはこんなところでついえるの。
Are you going to let this be the ruin of your feelings for Milady?
しっかりなさい。
Get a hold of yourself. By now, the shield with Shannon at the center had covered up the entire room. Its power crushed Maria and Saktaro into the corner of the room. Ironically, it was the locked room barrier Maria had set up to prevent Kanon from escaping that they were pressed against, and the two had them completely together had them completely trapped. No. Good. Can't escape. That's right. This is a locked room.
ベアとの魔法を否定する探偵気取りにはちょうどいいかもしれない。
This might be just perfect for that wannabe detective who's trying to deny Beato's magic.
チェックメイトです。マリアさん、
Checkmate, Maria-sama.
よろしいですか？
May I?
いいよ。潰して。
Yeah, go ahead. Crush me.
それではこれにて。
Then, goodbye. Damn. The entire room was filled with the red light of the shield, and the output and pressure were raised to their limits. Maria totally ending Erika. I know, right? How is she gonna recover from this? Then, crushed between the shield and their own locked room barrier, Maria and Saktaro lost their forms, scattered into a spray of gold, and disappeared. So does that mean, can Shannon and Kanon just
ありがと
unlock the door and leave? Thank
う。
you.
ここで消えるわけにはいかなかった。
I couldn't afford to disappear here.
こんなとこで負けてたら諦めがつかないもの。
If you lost in a place like this, you'd never be able to let it go.
そうさ。
You're right.
こんなとこで負けてたら諦められない。
I could never let it go if I lost in a place like this.
ゼパル様、フルフル様、
Zepar-sama, Furfur-sama,
私たちも共に試練を終えました。
we have both finished our trial.
これでよろしいですか？
Is that satisfactory? They use magic to escape the locked room, of
本
course.
当にお見事だね。
Wow, that was truly
二人
splendid.
とも文句なしだったよ。
A faultless performance from the both of you.
では最後はベアトリーチェの番かしら。
Then shall we finish with Beatrice's
お
turn?
や？彼女はどこに？
Oh, where did she go? She's in the room with them, because there's three personalities in the same
も
body.
ちろん彼女の選んだ生贄のところにさ。
To the victim she has chosen, of course.
さあ、私たちもそこに行ってみよう。
Ooh, is this time, is it the double? Because I know there's got to be two people. There's got to be an accomplice, right? So maybe this is the accomplice acting. Come, let us go there as well. Natsuhi could be seen in her room. Why are they killing all the moms? What did the moms do to them? Kraus had instructed her not to retire for the night, but she couldn't afford to lie around sleeping on an important day like this. Well, this is gonna make things awkward with Jessica. Natsuhi, can you catch a break for once? However, she was aware that she was the type to get excited easily, and that this sometimes held her husband back. So, though she didn't like it one bit, there was no way around it. Oh, this is gonna make things awkward with Jessica. Why are you just killing the moms? It was probably close to the time for the break to end, and the family conference to begin once again in the dining hall. Her husband would have to protect the Ushinomiya family honor from his greedy siblings, all by himself. If she grew emotional by his side, she would just tie him down. You can finally say this for her is a demon that represents women's love and Separ male's love. Oh, that explains a few things. Both are male in demonology, but in Umineko, they're both more ambiguous. But Separ is implied to be male. They both said that they're different genders in the from each other in their like info page. Anyway, we love to non-binary emperors. I was like, I could say non-binary queens, or non-binary kings, but hold on a second. We love non-binary royalty. No. If she grew emotional by his side, she would just tie him down. Though she knew that quietly waiting here was the best way she could support him. That didn't make the waiting any easier. Natsuhi opened a drawer and took out the small box she kept her treasures in. This was her secret box. The one with the mirror. You use eminence when saying what royalty you are. Ooh, I like that. We love a non-binary eminence. This was her secret box. Inside was everything from valuable items to mere odds and ends. However, they were all precious, memorable treasures in Natsuhi's eyes. She pulled a small pouch out of the box. She emptied its contents onto her palm. It was a kind of charm that her birth family had given her when she had married. It was a spirit mirror to ward off evil. Her face was reflected in the mirror. Okay, so are they killing all the moms? Because each of the moms, by necessity of being moms, all had a story about love. And it's the hell of a woman's love that's really going on in the heart of the story of Beatrice. They're not being killed because they're moms, but as a symptom of them being moms, they all have their own dealing with love. Her face was reflected in the mirror. She wasn't as young as she once was. Recently, she had begun to see a bit of her parents and grandparents in her own face. So when she stared at her reflection in the mirror like this, she felt as though her soul had returned to the side of her parents and the family she had been born into. Oh.
お父様、お母様、
Father, Mother.
夏日が不勉強なばかり、夫の支えになれます。
I really like episode 6 so far. I cannot support my husband, and I have only myself to blame. Nah, I think Kraus needs a little bit of blame for making himself unsupportable. I mean, I don't know what Kirie even could have done. Actually, Kirie would have never married him, but you know what I mean. Of course, her face in the mirror did not answer. However, Natsuhi continued.
夫を愛しているからこそ、私はここで待っています。
I am waiting here alone because I love my husband.
しかし、愛は寄り添うものと私は思ってしまいます。
However, I think love means being close to one another.
ここでこうしているのが一番の協力になると理屈では分かっているのに。
Though I understand logically that staying here is the best way I can help him,
そんな自分に惨めさを感じてしまうのです。
I still feel wretched for doing it.
辛いですね。愛ゆえに待つの。
So both Zepar and Furfur both represent the constellation of Lesser Key of Solomon. Furfur and Zepar rank at 34. Oh, so they both are the same rank, so they really do come as a set. Their birthdays is August 5th, 36 days after the end of June. What does that mean? Okay. Though I understand logically that staying here is the best way I can help him, I still feel wretched for doing it. It's tough, isn't it? Waiting for the sake of love. June is the love month. I didn't know that. Then what's the significance of 36? Tough, isn't it? Waiting for the sake of love. Waiting for the sake of love, just like Beatrice. A tear plopped onto the mirror. Old, dear memories of her life at her parents' house rose up inside her. Oh, she had to completely leave her old family behind because of Kinzo doing bullshit. Now was the time for her to follow her parents' example. When her father came home late, her mother would always sit up straight, waiting for him, prepared for him to arrive at any moment. Ah, yes. The properest of proper Japanese women that surely Natsuhi learned everything from. She would always wait for him, kneeling in the entrance hall. And no matter how late he came home, she would always wake up all her children and line them up to greet him. You don't know how June is important to that fact? The wiki doesn't say why it's important. Oh, interesting. Okay. At the time, I only thought of her as being exceptionally strict. But at this age, I finally understand how strong she was, persevering in her love for her beloved husband, even after being left alone in charge of the house. Because of your love.
その夫への愛ゆえに
Because of your love for your husband.
見知らぬ赤子を抱かされるのが許されなかったのですね。
You couldn't bear to be made to care for an unfamiliar child. Oh, going straight for the dead baby, huh? The sudden voice made Natsuhi jump up and look about the room. When she did, there stood a Western lady wrapped in an extravagant dress.
誰です
Who are you? Natsuhi was confused. There was no one like this in the mansion. However, though this was supposedly her first time meeting this person, it felt as though she had seen her somewhere before. Like the portrait? Her anger at the ruffian who had snuck into her private room, and her confusion over the appearance of someone she didn't know, caused her mind to go blank. So much so that it took quite a bit of time before she realized that this was the witch of the portrait. I know, ruffian, I know, right? That's such a Natsuhi word.
あなたが19年前のあの日に見知らぬ赤子を殺めたことに私は罪を問いません
Though you murdered a baby you didn't know on that day 19 years ago, I won't hold that sin against you.
何の話ですか
What are you talking about? Beato had chosen Natsuhi as her sacrifice. It was because of what Natsuhi had done to Battler, quote unquote. But that's not right. Well, Battler just used that as an excuse to defend Natsuhi by saying, like, I'm the baby in episode 5, but that's not necessarily the truth. Battler. I know, same voice actress, she does have range. She's the best. She and Eva and Jessica and Rosa all banger performances. Beato didn't know much about the details of Battler's birth. However, after discovering the fragment of the previous game, she had learned that there was a chance that Battler was the baby that Natsuhi had pushed off a cliff 19 years ago. Although that was just a blue wedge that Battler had used to protect Natsuhi from being framed, Beato thought it might have been a confession from Battler himself. And if that was the case, to her, Natsuhi was an enemy who probably forced Battler to live a painful life. You went to bed during Possessed Jessica. How was that mind blown? Possessed, but you know, yeah, that was wild. I still want to know what the hell was going on there. Also, that whole scene was really cool with Kirie and stuff. Like, what the hell was going? Why were her eyes gray? Stella, why are you getting in the way? It's still not feed time.
夫への愛ゆえに夫の血を引かぬ赤子を殺した罪を私は愛ゆえに問います
It was magic. It was out of love for your husband that you killed that baby who lacked his blood. And it's out of love that I won't hold it against you. I don't have a clue what you're talking about. Kirie is a yandere confirmed, yeah. Get out! This is my room! Yeah, she was, even though she didn't need to murder, Asumu, even though she didn't need to murder Asumu, she was ready to. She had a knife. She was so ready to cut a bitch. Man. Actually, I think I will feed Stella. I'll be right back. Why is this strangely personal, more so than the other ones? I know, right? Hashtag Kirie did nothing wrong. Alright, I'll be right back. Alright, hello, I'm back. I don't have a clue what you're talking about. Get out! This is my room. Therefore,
私の愛ゆえにあなたを殺すこともまた
when I kill you for the sake of my love, please don't hold that against me either. Tao! Thank you for the raid! How are you? You were playing Ida Somnium Files, right? How was that? Hadn't you played it before? I actually did stream Ida Somnium Files on this channel a long time ago, like more towards the beginning. Date! Your husband, no. Oh wait, not raid, shit. No, shout out. Tao's not streaming anymore. Sorry, I just got off a break. There you go. Shouting you out. No! And then at that time it was with 2 L's. I can't do this for shit. Hold on. 3rd time's the charm. There we go. So how is our good friend Date? Actually, somewhat recently, I was kind of like telling a Pleasant Possum, it's insane. You haven't played Ida Somnium Files, it's your sense of humor. And so, they had streamed it and got to know Date. I hope you had a wonderful time. As wonderful a time as you can have with Haname Date, which is questionable. Me when a random witch from a portrait suddenly enters my room and starts talking about some baby I killed 19 years ago and loved. For real. Poor Natsuhi. She didn't ask for this. Battler, what are you doing to your poor aunt? Sorry, yeah, I'm hydrating. So funny story, you never played Somnium Files yourself, but you watched a friend play it a few years ago. You waited until you forgot enough of the plot to have a go myself. Oh my god, that's so real. Whenever I play it, there's something I forget. I don't know why. You made it through your second Somnium with Mizuki? Aw, yeah. You gotta get your Date friend in here. No longer mute. Yay! Mizuki's feeling a little better. Mizuki's still having a very bad time. A no good, very bad time. Tao, I am very curious what your take will be on the sequel. So I hope you play the sequel after this one. I am interested what you think of certain characters and how certain things play out. But I hope you had fun. You tried your best not to get spoiled. Good. All those Uchikoshi games, it is so easy to get spoiled. I guess kind of like Umineko in that way. Like the wikis, do not touch the wikis. Holy F, you know. Especially for Zero Escape, but I the Somnium Files also. Alright. Oh. If you came in with Tao's raid, welcome. You're still blind for Nirvana. No spoils for Nirvana, I beg. I will not spoil Nirvana. No worries. But I think you'd like it, Rep. I think you'd like it, so I hope you get to play it soon. You joke that even with the wiki you probably would not understand a thing. Yeah. With Eye of the Somnium Files, I suppose. With Zero Escape, you just look at the basic information on some of these wiki pages, having only played the beginning of the game, and you're like, what in the fuck, you know? Azul from what? Voicing Ryuki? You're still at the start of the game? Is that like Genshin or something? Ryuki is just a little baby boy. He is my son who has every disease. Oh, Twisted Wonderland, that's right. Same voice actor as your Disney villain guy. That's right. Anyway, I hope you guys both have a wonderful time with the two Eye of the Somnium Files games, and I'm sorry you have to know Kaname Date. All right. Speaking of complicated visual novels full of murder and easily spoiled things, Eye of the Somnium Files is a ride. Was so happy to see Tao play it for himself. Aw, yay, nice. Date, our favorite boy failure. Ah, welcome in from the raid. I'm Katie. I stream a lot of story-driven games such as Eye of the Somnium Files and Nirvana, which I both streamed way long time ago at the beginning of my quote-unquote streaming career. And yeah, we love that stuff here. So if you yeah, stick around if you want to see more of that kind of thing. And I'm currently playing Umineko. I play Umineko on Thursdays. And People Flipper 20, thank you so much for following. However, Umineko is full of spoilers. So, so Table's your friend? Hello. Welcome. We were talking about Kaname Date. And, sandwich? Yeah, I think we heard that you were, as soon as Date, oh, that put Dan on the soundboard. Oh, right. Dan made that whole voice thing. So yeah, anyway, I am playing Umineko episode 6, so anybody coming in raiding with Tao, if you don't want to be spoiled for Umineko, it's probably not a good idea to stay around. But if you're just here for the vibes, let's enjoy a whole bunch of love murders. Yay! You forgot you even had it when you redid your soundboard? Oh my god. Anyway, nice to meet you, Table. Alright, so baby Beatrice about to cut a bitch. Therefore, when I kill you for the sake of my love, please don't hold that against me either. Beato slowly stuck out her arms, and with both hands she squeezed the air in front of her. That squeeze tightened around Natsuhi's throat. She's killing her like a ghost. She's doing a poltergeist number. He asked me what is the sea is blue, and I was so confused, and he finally played, and you were like, Dan! Remember hearing about me from Rep? Oh, thank you! This is my first time playing Umineko, so I've been trying to theorize and stuff, and it's been a wild time. Rep's been with me since the beginning of this. It's been wonderful. I'm glad you can make it. That squeeze tightened around Natsuhi's throat. Natsuhi's heels lifted off the ground, and a faint purple hand shape appeared around her throat. Oh, blind to Umineko, but you couldn't resist the worlds colliding? All right. Ah, okay. A faint purple hand shape appeared around her throat. Natsuhi frantically scratched at her throat, trying to stop whatever was strangling her. But there was nothing there. Hates Eva upon first impressions. All right. I guess sometimes we don't like a girl boss, no. So, to an outsider, it looked as though Natsuhi was standing on her toes in anguish, scratching at her own throat. Both pairs of lovers have shown their determination. I don't think... Sandwich! Ah, thank you so much for following. I don't think that my feelings for Battler-san are inferior to theirs. This is what the title of my stream's all about. Just as I won't blame you for your sin of 19 years ago, I won't blame myself for the sin. So does this say a lot about Beatrice's murders so far? And, how she's never enjoyed killing, but she's like, all right, forgive me. You don't even remember how you came across me. It's been a fun time. Aww, yay. I'm glad you've been enjoying yourself. You hate recovering from being sick because you have to take it easy. You're good, but you're really hungry for onion rings. Oh, man. No, I can understand. Like, when I had braces, I wanted to eat turkey jerky so bad. Because I kind of, grew up near a Trader Joe's, and that location is closed now, which is sad. But we'd get like the turkey jerky from Trader Joe's and put it in my school lunch and stuff, and it was so good. And I wanted it so bad when I had braces, but I couldn't. I understand. And most types of gum. And, oh man, when I was in Japan, I wanted sourdough bread so bad. And there was like hardly any of it. And even if there was any, it wasn't that good. You know, like, ah! I can understand that feeling. I hope you're able to eat onion rings soon. If you take a while to respond because your finger was injured from being slammed between a wall and a heavy table during work, I'm so sorry to hear that, Tao. Your heart habit of hitting shift with your pinky finger is coming back to bite me. Oh, I understand. Oh no. Well, good thing you don't have to do too many controls in order to play the Somnium Files. Your poor pinky. I'm so sorry. Thanks for streaming today. Today's 3 months that. Oh, yes, that's right. That's right. Oh, I'm glad that this helps, and also Yeah, oh, the table hurt Tao? Oh no! You're playing on controller for that very reason. I understand. Oh man. I hope your pinky feels better soon. And I hope you feel better soon too, Rep. And I know this has got to be a tough day, so I'm glad I can help however I can. Now we just gotta watch this murder. Swollen up solid, but you'll pull through. Ooh, nasty. Not that your finger's nasty, but that it's just like nasty to deal with. Oof. Must have slammed really hard. I could guess it better. Okay, all better. As Natsuhi twisted in agony, something she had been grasping fell from her grip. It rolled over to Beato, who dropped her gaze to see what it was. It fell off? No! It was Natsuhi's spirit mirror. I knew it. That mirror coming back. When Beato peered into it, there was a loud crack like a burst of electricity. Y'all got the same emotes. That sound released Natsuhi from the invisible hands and made Beato topple backwards like a doll. Wait, what sound? Oh, like electricity. Right. She hates the mirror, and the mirror is good against the witches, like in episode 2. Right, that's another episode 2 callback. I like the coughing in a question mark exclamation point sort of way. Oh yeah, that'll be fun. I hope so. Coughing. Natsuhi tried to comprehend what was going on around her. Beato, whose head was still reeling and foggy as though she had hit it against something hard, slowly attempted to get to her feet. Her eyes were bewildered, as though even she didn't really understand what had happened. Ooh, what? What is this? That is surprising. You could touch spider webs without trouble, but you cannot handle the spirit mirror? Even I don't have a clue what's happening. What in the world? She had thought that only Beato the Elder had possessed non-human weak points, such as getting burned by spider webs and wards, having her powers sealed by spirit mirrors. However, for some reason, this spirit mirror alone could apparently affect her as well. Why would that be? Because it was used in episode 2? Even she couldn't understand. What about the spirit mirror could have such an overpowering effect on her? But Natsuhi was different. She instantly realized that the reason for the hesitation of this unearthly being, this witch of the portrait, had to be the power of the mirror. Oof. Ouchie. Oh man. I hope it feels more comfortable. You're playing F-Zero GX? Alright. I just think of Captain Falcon. I hope you have a wonderful time. You made a toasted peanut butter sandwich? That also sounds very good. Everybody's doing their best. Hit grass, smoke ass. Aha. That is the franchise that he's from. Yeah. Definitely will. Yeah, everybody's just chilling. Let's chill as a little baby chick tries to murder Jessica's mom. Had to be the power of the mirror. So she rapidly crawled across the floor and picked up the mirror. Then she stuck it out so that Beato could see it. Beato still didn't fully understand what was happening. So, still sitting down, she looked vacantly at it. And this time, both of them understood the situation completely. Beato realized that the mirror was working some hateful power against her. And Natsuhi realized that the spirit mirror had the power to repel witches. Why is the mirror? It is because you are an evil witch. This miraculous spirit mirror repels all creatures of evil. She's tapping into her inner Miko. Let's go, Natsuhi. Don't point it at me! With the spirit mirror still held out, Natsuhi cautiously closed the gap between them. She was cautious so as to prevent the witch from suddenly lashing out and stealing the mirror, but she steadily moved forward to corner this evil. I do not know who you are. All I know is that you tried to kill me. And that you are a creature of evil who cowers before the spirit mirror. Be gone, evil one! Beato didn't understand what was happening herself. She didn't know why she had to fear the spirit mirror. However, when she tried to look at the bright light let off by the spirit mirror, it pierced her eyes. She understood that she had to be afraid, even if she didn't understand why. By now, Beato realized that the spirit mirror was both terrifying and harmful. As it came closer to her, she felt an increasingly strong burning sensation. What is this, The Exorcist? I know, she's being exorcised right now. A strong burning sensation over her whole body, as though someone was approaching her with a hot iron. She couldn't even open her eyes because of the mirror's bright, painful glint. Now, return to the world whence you came, wicked one! I, Ushiromiya Natsuhi, will not falter back a single step to evil! It's no use. Why is this musty mirror so... If I lose here, I'll be the only one to fail this trial. Just like George-san, and Shannon-san, and Jessica-san, and Kanon-san. I want Battler-san to see value in me, and treasure me. I've finally managed to admit that. so I can't fail now.
諦めちゃうの？
Are you giving up?
あなただけが？
You and only you?
信じるんだ。
Believe.
愛の奇跡は必ず起こる。
The miracle of love will surely occur. I love Bachelor-san. I want him to notice me, and I want him to recognize and accept my feelings. My reason for calling him father as I dedicated myself to him was that no one helps a parent expecting something in return, and that he helped me come to terms with getting nothing back. Oh, she called him father to cope? Oh. Dan and Beato? It was a deception to fool myself with. I love Battler-san, and I want him to recognize that. I'll admit it. I won't hide from it any longer. I was born to love Battler-san, and to have him love me back.
だからこんなところで負けられない。
So, I can't afford
です。
to lose here.
退散なさい。よこしまなる者よ。
Be gone, wicked one.
ここにあなたの居場所は存在しません。
There's no place for you here. He's trying to dress like Dracula from Castlevania. Get his ass, honestly. Drag him. Her determination had come too late. If she had possessed it since the beginning, she would probably have finished off Natsuhi on the spot without any hesitation. Because she had wavered, it had taken time to kill Natsuhi, and things had ended up like this. Oh my god, just like me playing Slay the Princess. Want to hold his cringe veil hand? Snog his battler lips? Have battler babies? Get her! Oh my god. But now, I am resolved. I want to love Battler-san. I want him to love me.
だからここで負けられない。
So, I can't lose here! Oh no. Beatrice is about to have a My Hero Academia moment. She's about to go beyond plus ultra.
皆さんのために私は生まれてきたのだから。
Because I was born for Battler-san's sake!
そう、それが。
Yes, that is
聞き
exactly
たかった。
what we wanted to hear. Hello? Oh! Does she get help from furniture as the witch? Hello? Oh god. Following a sound like a beetle, banging off all the walls in the room. The spirit mirror was knocked out of Natsuhi's outstretched hand. It fell onto the floor, and the stake, flying around the room, pierced through it with a crash. Lucifer of Pride, right here.
久しぶりの獲物が古ぼけた鏡一枚だ。私を愚弄するにも程があるわ。
You dare mock me by having a single old mirror as my first target in so long? Huh?
ルシファー。
Lucifer? Son?
ベアトリーチェ様、試練の遂行を。
Beatrice-sama, you must complete your
逃げ
trial.
られます。
She'll get away.
誰か。
Someone!
来てください。
Help me!
誰か。
Someone! Now that the spirit mirror she had been relying on had been smashed, and another strange demon had been added to the fold, Natsuhi could do nothing but run for it. However, if Natsuhi made a scene and people gathered, the anti-magic toxin would burn Beato. Now was Beato's last chance.
ありがとうルシファーさん
Thank you, Lucifer-san.
覚悟後ろ宮タッチ
Prepare yourself, Ushinomiya Natsuhi! Once again, Beato choked the empty air. This time, she wouldn't let her escape. She had to end Natsuhi's pain right away, for her sake if nothing else. Okay, so if I missed when the little music title went up, but this is I forget if this is Resurrected Replayer or something like that. It's the song that plays when Beatrice and Battler are having their final showdown in episode 4, right? It's kind of fitting. She had to end Natsuhi's pain right away, for her sake if nothing else. But her strength wasn't enough. While scratching at her throat, Natsuhi fought to escape the room. Her shaking hand stretched out to the lock on the door. A locked room is one of the definitions that makes a witch. Even unlocking the door would strengthen the anti-magic toxin a little. Since Beato was at her limit even within the locked room, if Natsuhi undid that lock, Beato's power would weaken immediately, and Natsuhi would surely escape into the hallway. Their strengths were matched. However, Natsuhi began to surpass Beato slightly. The power of the living to live is fundamentally stronger than the power of magic. Of course, Beato was mustering all her might. However, Natsuhi was just slightly stronger. That's why you gotta go beyond plus ultra. Huh? Battler? That's enough.
Lucifer. Yada.
Lucifer, do it. Oh damn. He's gonna make you just go ahead, kill my aunt. Okay, Battler. As you wish. Lucifer transformed into a stake and, like the time she had smashed Natsuhi's spirit mirror, flew violently around the room. Then she struck Natsuhi's forehead. Natsuhi crumpled slowly. When Beato saw this, she also fell to her knees, breathing hard.
ねえゼパル
Say,
こ
Zephyr,
れってありなの
does this count?
ベアトリーチは自分の力だけで試練を成し遂げていないわ
Beatrice didn't complete the trial by her own strength alone. Did Jessica? Jessica was doing some magic shit.
そうだねフルフル
You raise a good point, Furfur.
確かに試練は誰の助けも借りずに成し遂げなくてはならない
Wait, nah. This trial must be accomplished without borrowing the help of any other. No, but Jessica did some stuff with Ronove and George did some stuff with Gop. And Kanon almost didn't get away if Shannon didn't help. So like, didn't they all break the rules?
でもねひょっとしたらそれには例外があるんじゃないかしら
But maybe there are exceptions to that?
愛する二人は互いで一人だもの
After all, a pair in love are as
こ
one.
れは手助けじゃない
This is not outside assistance.
バトラさん
たかだか第一の晩からハラハラさせるな
Did you really have to scare me like that on the first Twilight?
も 申し訳ございません。
Forgive me.
お言いつけを守らなくて。
I didn't follow your instructions.
追いつけ
Instructions?
その部屋でおとなしくしていなくて。
Well, I didn't stay in my room. Beato hung her head apologetically. When he saw this, Battler scratched his head uncomfortably.
それを言ったら俺も申し訳なかった。
In that case, I should apologize too.
言葉を選ばなかった。
I should have been more kind.
いいえ、お父様。いえ、バトラさんは何も悪いことはありません。
No, father. I mean, Battler's son. You did nothing wrong.
いいぜ。好きに呼べばいい。
It's okay. Call me whatever you like. Huh? Battler had always looked at the new Beatrice sternly. However, that was gone from his expression now. Aww.
確かに。かつてのお前は俺をバトラと呼びつけで呼んでいた。
True. The old you may have called me just Battler.
俺は最初お前にそれと同じ呼び方を求めて
At first,
押し付けていたかもしれない。
I might have tried to force you to speak to me that way.
しかしそんなのに意味はないんだ。
But forcing that on you is pointless.
お前はベアトだ。
Daddy, I've been a bad girl. I know it kind of comes off that way, doesn't it? He's like, now you can call me Daddy. But forcing that on you is pointless. You are Beato, but you're yourself.
好きに呼べばいい。
You can call me whatever you want.
バトラさん。
Battler's son.
そうだな。
Sure,
その呼び方がいいな。
that works great.
さすがにお父様は俺の趣味じゃねえぜ。
Can't say being called father is really my thing. Battler does not like to be called daddy. That's because he reserves, that's because he calls, true Beato, when Beato is like in her regular self, he'll call her mommy. That's why he doesn't like being called daddy. Yes! Until this point, she had hesitated just to say Battler's name at all. Even if she had known that Battler wanted her to say his name without honorifics, that would have been beyond her right now. And even if she had been able to call him that, doing so could have hurt Battler even more. However, now she was allowed to call Battler by his name. If you just looked into her eyes, there would be no need to describe how happy this made her feel.
ゼパルとフルフルに聞いた。
I heard from Zepar and Furfur.
おかしなゲームが始まっているようだな。
It looks like you're in the middle of some bizarre game.
はい。
Yes.
勝手なことをしてすみません。
I'm sorry for doing this without asking.
いや、いい。
No, it's fine.
そういう無軌道で何を始めるかわからないところも実にお前らしい。
I never did know what you were going to do next. Getting up to antics like this is really like you.
そ
Aww.
れにそのまあゲームの趣旨も聞いてる。
And, well, I've heard about the intent of the game.
二人一組で挑むのが正しいことになってるらしい。
Apparently, you're supposed to tackle it as a pair.
その通りです、バトラ卿。
Yes, that is correct, Lord Battler. Ah, because Jessica and Kanon are both in the game. George and Shannon are both in the game, so it would make sense if Beatrice and Battler were also both in the game. Okay, gotcha. It's probably better that way anyway. Yes, that is correct, Lord Battler.
もしも見事我らの試練を勝ち
if you can emerge from our trial victorious.
残れたなら
我らはあなたたち二人を祝福し魔法の奇跡を授けましょう。
We will bless the pair of you and bestow a miracle of magic upon you.
こいつらがベアトの黄金蝶のブローチに力を与えてたらしい。
It looks like these guys were the ones giving power to Beato's golden butterfly brooch.
だからその効果は保証済みってわけさ。
So they're proven to produce results.
俺とお前の腐れ縁ももう随分になる。
We've been stuck with each other for a long time now.
たまにはこういう遊びがあってもいいだろうぜ。
Nothing wrong with playing this sort of game every now and then. Stretch! Alright, I probably need that. Ooh. Alright. What? It's,
A test of your reflexes!
Yep. Yep. That was cute.
バトラさん
おや、聞いたかいフルフル。
Oh, did you hear that, Furfur?
バトラ教も試練に参加するようだ。
It looks like Lord Battler is joining in as well.
驚くには値しない
That's no surprise. Beato blushing does not look real. I know, right? Something's so off about it. But then again, this is a different Beatrice. She is split in two, and this is like her soft heart that's in love. And her witch side is now like a twin sister, older sister. But yeah, it does look very weird. That's no surprise.
だってこれは
That's no
最初から
surprise.
分かっていたことだもの
After all, we've known since the beginning.
ようこそ我らの試練へ、バトラ教。
Is the witch side even worse than the normal Beato? No, she's also, well, she's like, she just takes the whole like witch of the island thing very seriously. She's like the feeling when you look at the portrait and you're like, ooh, there's some spooky presence on this island. She's taking the spooky ghost presence thing as like her solemn duty. It's kind of cute, actually. She's like cynical but not villainous, yeah. And she will unlock all the windows after lights out, so people can be like, oh, I thought I locked those windows. You know, she's a very dedicated poltergeist. Welcome to our trial, Lord Battler.
ではあなたは誰を生贄に？
And who will your sacrifice be?
俺の仕事はすでに終わってる。
My work is already done.
確認するといい。
Go and check if you want. Battler, you did it? You killed one of your family members?
かしこまりました。バトラ教。
Very well, Lord Battler.
さあフルフル、確認してこよう。
Oh, right. There was the whole, he did order Lucifer to kill Natsuhi. Maybe that's what he means. Come, Furfur, let us go check.
そうしましょう
Yes,
で
let's.
もゼパル
But
こ
Separ,
れで愛し合う6人はみんな試練を成し遂げてしまったわ
this means that all 6 lovers have completed their trial.
次はどうすればいいかしら
What should we do next?
6人の覚悟は本物だ。
The resolve of all 6 is the real
さ
deal.
らに次の試練で試すとしよう。
Let us test them further in the next trial. The 2 noisy demons disappeared. It seemed that they had left to go check on the sacrifice Battler had killed. But it also seemed that they had done so in order not to father, Battler and Beato, who could finally look each other in the eye and talk. Okay, so since all 6 of them murdered one person, that would make the 6 sacrificed according to the epitaph. That's interesting. Who could finally look each other in the eye and talk. What do you think of the tale so far? When suddenly asked this question, Ange immediately came to her senses. Then, realizing she had become immersed in this woman's tale, he felt a bit defeated and tried to look displeased. You've cleverly tried to mix things up with all this about the love trial. But exactly 6 people have died, setting up the first twilight. Hey, that's what I said. Impressive. Oh, you're right. I didn't realize. Wow, it's been a few weeks, Amakusa. Amakusa clapped his hands as though he'd been outsmarted. Even though he'd figured it out before me, he played the fool. Ange is great. That's simply because the number of lovers just happened to be 6. The fact that it matched to the number of the first twilight was half coincidence, half design. It's like Ryukishi is talking to us right now. It's a bit more interesting that way. Feels more like fate. Humans have the bad habit of taking 2 meaningless phenomena and trying to link them together. Trying to make things seem like fate is a trick of books. I guess you aren't a fan of destiny and miracles, Missy. They're like UFOs. Everyone knows about them, but no one has ever seen them. You mean like the average person who's not a UFO, who's like... I assume Ange is talking about like your average person hasn't seen a UFO, your average person hasn't experienced a miracle or fate. Interesting. You're so pessimistic, Ange. Hi, Ange. Hey, welcome back, Peach Tea. There's a cool metaphor. So, oh, that made her smile. You like that, huh? Ange likes being called cool. Normally, I would move right along at this point. My only comment being that love and illusions are unnecessary, useless scenes for a mystery story. Got soup from the soup store? No. I hope it's lovely soup. 'Tis the season. Also... Ange, no! You're gonna be like the dudes online who are like, what's this love shit doing in my mystery novel? Did you get it from the clothing store? No, from the soup store. Without love, it cannot be seen, Ange. Exactly! But Okonogi-san disagreed with that way of thinking. He thought that by looking at things without love that way, the truth could never be reached. Oh, you mean President Okonogi's killer phrase? Without love, it cannot be seen? Yeah, that. If I were to set aside the anger I feel towards this fictional murder of my family,
あえてこの物語を書いた八条先生に敬意を表して言うなら、その描写には意味があることになる。
and speak with respect for you as the one who wrote this tale, I'd say there must be a point to this depiction. Exactly! You're getting closer, Ange.
何しろこれだけの文章量を割いて散々愛だの試練だの語ってる。
After all, you've used up all these pages talking about love and trials. Exactly, Ange!
つまりこれがこの物語のテーマであり、キーワードだってことになるわ。
In other words, those are the themes and key words of this tale. You got it! Let's go, Ange! I know she's saying this to like spoon feed it to the audience, but I'm still proud of her.
おや
Oh.
赤インク以外で書いた文字は全て読むに値しないとまで言い切る御人も多いというのに。
And there are many who claim that all words not written in red ink are not worth reading. Oh, we're getting to the heart of it. Not the heart of it, but Ange, reading comprehension queen, let's go!
光栄なるかな人の子。
It is an honor, child of man.
黒い文字も読んでくれて。
That you have read the black letters as well. I know they mean of the novel, but I'm like, all these letters are white to me.
物語は書き手が何かを伝えるために書くものよ。
Stories are written because the writer has something they want to communicate.
そしてそれはどういうわけか、直接書いたら無粋という奥ゆかしい面倒な作法がある。
And some writers feel that it's unrefined to lay everything out too directly.
愛がなければ真実に至れない云々という描写は
Stella.
これまでの作品にも品質するわ。
All of this about how you'll never reach the truth without love has shown up many times in the work before this one.
それがこの新作ではさらに顕著。
This new work makes that even more striking.
書き手が一番伝えたくて考えてほしいのはそれってことになるわ。
It means that this is the one thing the writer wanted to tell the most, the thing that they want the reader to think about the most. Thinking about it, there have been many scenes about love since Beato first appeared. Even when she first appeared before Shannon, she spoke clearly about how love was the single element of the world. Yup, back in episode 2. And the golden butterfly brooch she gave her was also an item for love. She said that she enjoyed sowing seeds of love and watching complications arise. And when Shannon stopped borrowing her power, the reason for her argument was also love. After Beato's interactions with Battler started up in full, scenes about love were toned down for a while, but the "without love it cannot be seen" definition of magic was mentioned repeatedly. Then, in the tale right before this one, where Beato had become like a doll, the scenes shown made it seem almost as though Battler and Beato accepted each other as adversaries, or possibly something more. In the end, Battler regained some kind of memory, and his impression of Beato underwent a complete change. And then there's this game. From the beginning and throughout, the word love has been repeated over and over again.
あなたが書いた物語は愛が何度も繰り返される。
You love that Hachicho is Ryukishi's mouthpiece for his frustrations with people who don't understand Umineko. It's very, very, very obvious. Yep. Ha 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 ha. The tale you wrote keeps talking about love.
でもそれはマリアお姉ちゃんの主張でもベアトリーチェの主張でもない。
It's doubly funny. It does not help. Yeah, man. However, that's not the assertion of Maria Onechan or
八
Beatrice.
条東野の主張だわ。
It's the assertion of Hachijo Toya, aka Ryukishi.
そうです。
Correct.
それこそが私が語りたいこ
That is what I wanted to tell.
と、そして私なりの答えなのです。
And it is my own sort of answer.
答
Answer?
えじゃあつまり12年前の事件は全ておかしな悪魔の愛の試練で引き起こされたと
You're saying the entire incident of 12 years ago was caused by a trial of love started by strange demons?
バカバカしい。
Ridiculous.
私はあんたの恋愛小説を読みにここまで来たんじゃないわ。
I didn't come here to read a romance novel you wrote.
私が知りたいのはあんたが至ったと自称する真実よ。
What I want to know about is the truth you claim to have reached.
愚かなるかな人の子よ。
Foolish child of man.
これだけ文章を割いてまだ伝わらないというのですか。
I have exhausted so many words, and yet you still do not understand. With an obviously condescending gaze, Hachijo shrugged. It was clear that she was trying to provoke Ange. She was probably hinting, if you can't stand talking with me, you can get out. Ryukishi, like, if you do not like this story, just leave. Perhaps even if you're going to read my noble work and fail to understand it, what's more, not even try, you can get out for that reason as well. How about writing more concise, buddy? Oh, get him! Under normal circumstances, Ange would already have thrown a fit and left. However, Ange couldn't do that. Though she found it sickening that a stranger was playing around with her family's fates in these stories. After reading this far through her tale, she was growing increasingly certain of something else. Just as Hachijo's followers said, this tale really did have the same presence, the same scent as the tales written by Beatrice. The author was certainly different. However, the tale had the same scent because its author had arrived at the real truth. Ange was beginning to acknowledge this. Hachijo Toya was one who had reached Beatrice's truth. An endless witch like Beatrice, who could add to the endlessly stretching parallel worlds of the cat box.
ベアトリーチェの真実にたどり着いたものならば、
Stella, what are you doing? Never stop thinking. Wink. Yes. If one has reached Beatrice's truth,
私でなくとも新たな物語を紡げるでしょう。
they can create a new tale, whoever they are.
今回の原稿をもってきっと私以外にも真実に至るものが必ず現れる。
With this new manuscript, I'm sure some other than myself will appear and reach the truth.
そのものもまた新たな物語を紡ぐ資格を得るのです。
Those people will be qualified to create new tales of their own. Stella, what are you doing?
どんどん無限の魔女が増えていくわ。
So there will be more and more endless witches. Will you and I also become endless witches when we finish this game?
そう。
We just need to write fan fiction and we'll become an endless witch? Yes.
そして何人もの無限の魔女たちがベアトリーチェの猫箱の物語を増やしていく。
And these many endless witches will add to Beatrice's Catbox tale.
増えれば増えるほどまた新たに真実に至るものが現れる。
The more they add to it, the more people will reach the truth.
そうすることで一番最初の無限の魔女ベアトリーチェがあれだけの枚数の手紙に物語を記してボトルに詰めて海に投じた労力が初めて報われるのです。
When that happens, the very first Endless Witch, Beatrice, will finally be rewarded for writing such long letters, packing them in bottles, and throwing them into the sea.
あなたは私に怒りの言葉をぶつけ席を立つこともできた。
You could have yelled at me angrily and risen from your seat.
しかしそれをしませんでした。
However, you did not.
なぜ？
Why?
悔しいけれど
I hate to admit it.
あんたの物語の中に何かの真相もしくはヒントがあることを認めつつあるからよ。
But I'm starting to think that your tale has some kind of truth or hint within it. I already have my own ideas. However, that's no more than looking with a single eye. Unless I accept a different viewpoint from my own and look at things from more than one angle, I'll never be able to see the truth in 3 dimensions. That's my interpretation of without love it cannot be seen.
それでよ人の子よ。
That is as it should be, child of man.
後ろ宮家の最後の生き残りであるあなたが真実に至り
Perhaps, as the last surviving member of the Ushinomiya
無
family,
限の魔女になることを運命も待ち望んでいるでしょう。
it was fated that you would find the truth and become an endless witch.
私という存在などあなたという真の継承者を覚醒させるためのただの道しるべに過ぎないのだから。
I exist only as a guidepost. Oh, hydrate. I was about to reach for the water myself. Thank you. Ah! Thank you. I exist only as a guidepost to awaken you as the true successor.
エンジェ、ベアトリーチェ。
Ange Beatrice. Sometimes I have no idea what she's saying, but I'm positive she knows something. And maybe she actually has reached the truth, as she claims. To summarize, I couldn't understand the truth from just the 2 message bottles Beatrice left behind. And since then, I've been reading tale after tale of hints.
これはヒントという名の挑戦であり
Then
挑発なわけだな。
these hints are challenges, provoking me to think.
いかに
Precisely.
上等じゃない。
Perfect.
あんたがたどり着いたという真実を私も掴み取ってやるわ。
I'll find this truth you say you've
や
reached.
はり私はここに訪れるべきだったんだわ。
I was meant to visit this place after all.
その通り
You were indeed.
未だ至れぬから私が招いたのです。人の子よ。
It is because you are yet to arrive there that I invited you here, child of man. Let the truth I see and the truth you see overlap. Just as you see things the single eye, so do I. And now that I've found you, for the first time, I too will be able to see the truth with both eyes. That was cool. I've been enjoying it a lot. I think this might be probably my favorite one yet, just because this is the kind of stuff I wanted when I got into Umineko, was the kind of like emotional stuff and the tea, you know? Meanwhile, I'm not a watcher like Erika at all, just doing this as mysteries to solve. So, even though I did, you know, take a whack at it, I think if it had been presented a little differently, I would have been more like, oh yeah, I'm gonna Phoenix Wright the shit out of this or something. But I've been trying when I can, and it's still fun. But I'm not like an Erika and being like, this is only what this is for and nothing else. Just because, like, friends had been asking me to play Umineko for years, and from just the sort of what I've absorbed by osmosis being on the internet for years, I knew that there was something going on with this story that I would like on like an emotional level, just from the way people would react to it, just for the way people would talk about it afterwards and, you know, ask you to play. And but also I knew that friends that I have that are also big detective novel fans still respected this game at the same time. I knew it had both in it. I knew it had both a detective aspect that was good enough to earn the respect of my friends that like detective novels, and also some sort of profound emotional core that affected my other friends who asked me to play this. So, and that profound emotional core is more what I want out of this. And it's taken a long ass time to start to kind of poke at it. But this episode, I feel like we're finally getting there. If that makes sense. So I'd say this is probably my favorite so far. So the first Twilight has finally happened. Everything so far has made me so sleepy. You have some sleep in your eye. Huh? Where? That was immature. As you wish. Let's get started. We'll begin with the first Twilight. Stella! What? Aren't you okay by yourself, kitty cat? Alright, it is past 1 a.m. Are we visiting the crime scenes this early? Erika was dozing off on the bed, so when a knock sounded on the door, it took some time before she noticed. Oh my god. If they're gonna start the investigation from like the middle of the night, they're gonna have a lot of time. What are they gonna do with all that time? What kind of cat is Stella? She's, we've got some Stella emotes, like this one, oops. So she's a gray tabby, so she's like gray with stripes, and then she's got white belly and white feet. A little white patch on her chest. And green eyes. Stella! Peach Tea loves you! She's just staring at the drawer where her treats are in. Alright. She looked down at the clock and saw that not much time had passed since she laid down. A lady that knows what she wants. I suppose that's true. She does know what she wants. Yes. Who
ど
is
ちら
it?
様ですか？こんな時間に探偵の部屋をノックするからには相応の理由はあるんですよね。
I hope you have a good reason for knocking on the detective's door at an hour like this.
そうだ、
That's right.
今回のゲームを始める前に一つ
I
宣
have-
言があります。
I have one thing to say before we begin this game.
ああ、例の探偵宣言とやらか。
Oh, that detective proclamation thing?
好きにするがいいぜ。
Knock yourself out.
その逆です。
No, just the opposite.
勝負のレートを上げようということです。
I say we raise the stakes.
勝負のレートとは
Raise the stakes?
何何？
What's this?
面白そうなこと言い出すじゃない。
Now that sounds interesting.
どういうことよ？
What do you mean?
簡単な話よ。
It's simple.
前回のゲームはバトルが1本取ったわ。
Battler got a shot off at us the last game.
だから今回エリカが1本を取ってもイーブンにしかならない。
So if Erika does the same in this game, we're only even.
前回のゲームは引き分けだったのでは？
Oh, did they mean like Battler saving Natsuhi in the in Kinzo's room? Wasn't the last game a tie?
勝って当たり前のゲームを落としたのよ。
We threw a game we should have won easily.
あんなの負けでなくてなんだというのよ。
If that isn't a loss, I don't know what is.
エリカ？
Right, Erika?
はい、我が主。
Yes, my master.
私が無様を晒さなければ勝ってて当然のゲームでした。
We were expected to win that game if I hadn't failed so miserably.
ははん、なるほど。
Oh, I get it.
つまり今回わざと探偵宣言を出さないことでわざと不利に戦い、それでも勝ってみせちゃって。
So, this time, you'll intentionally fight at a disadvantage by not making a detective proclamation and win despite
前
that.
回の負けを帳消しどころか大逆転にしようって魂胆ね。
You're aiming to not only wipe out your loss from the previous game, but to totally flip the score upside down, right?
バトラさんの渾身のゲームにそんなおかしなハンデをつけて戦うなんて。
Win despite not making the detective proclamation.
ははん。
Oh, oops.
ははん。
You intend to challenge the game Battler's son poured his heart and soul into with a foolish handicap like that?
身の程知らず以前に失礼です。
That is not only presumptuous, it's quite rude.
そうだな。
Sure is.
負けた時の言い訳にするための保険にすら聞こえるぜ。
It sounds more like an excuse just in case they lose.
確か
Ooh,
にそうい
get
う見方も
him.
あるわね。
True, you could look at it that
勝て
way.
ば大勝利。
If they win, it's a great
で
victory.
も負ければ言い訳可能なんてちょっとエリカ側に虫のいい話だわ。
But if they lose, Erika's side has a nice little excuse. Isn't that a bit unsporting?
大丈夫？ちゃんとかけるものは公平だわ。
Love Battlers, I don't give a fuck attitude, yeah. Don't worry, the bet will be evenly
今回の
balanced.
ゲームに探偵宣言なしの人間で勝てればバトラたちの魔女幻想は粉々の再起不能。
If Erika can win this game as a human without the detective proclamation, it will be impossible for Battler and the others to pick up the pieces of the witch illusion.
でも逆にエリカが負けるようならこのゴミクズ探偵は忘却の深淵に最悪のかけらと一緒にぶち込んでやるの。
But on the other hand, should Erika lose, I'm going to hurl that garbage detective into the depths of oblivion, along with the worst possible fragment.
ね、
See?
公平でしょ。
Balanced, right?
探偵という超人でなくただの人間が魔女幻想を打ち破るという最高の勝利。
The ultimate victory of destroying the witch illusion as a mere human, not a superhuman detective.
それと引き換えに自身の破滅をかけてるわけ。
In exchange for that, she wagers her own destruction.
私はかつてのベアトとあんたのゲームみたいにダラダラとぬるいゲームを繰り返すんじゃもう退屈なわけ。
I've gotten tired of the never-ending stream of bland and boring games that you and the former Beato played.
だから勝負のレートを上げて一気に勝負をさせるわけ。
So we're raising the stakes and settling it all at once. But there's 2 more episodes, Burn Castle. This is 6 of 8.
まあ確かにそうね。
Well, that is
今
true.
回のゲームをバトルが通しちゃったら
If Battler can sell this
ベア
game,
トのゲームにバトラが勝利したことになりゲームは終了してしまう。
it will mean that Battler has won Beato's game and the game will come to an end.
ある意味逃すことのできない決戦だものね。
In a sense, this is the kind of finale you can't pass up, right?
言い分は分かっ
I understand your position.
た。エリカはそれでいいのか？
Are you fine with that, Erika?
ええ、もちろんです。
Yes, of course.
前回の敗北で失った
In order to regain my master's trust in me,
主よりの信頼を取り戻すために私は自分の破滅すらもかけるのです。
which I lost with my previous defeat, I will risk even my own destruction.
お前の意志。
Is that of your own will? Oh, there's the question. Even Lambda Delta's like,
どうしたの？
Burn Castle totally not manipulatively is like, what's wrong, Erika?
答えてあげなさい。
Answer him.
当然です。
Obviously not said under duress at all.
私の意志です。
This is my own will. Then why are you sweating and stiff?
私は絶対に負けません。
I will not lose.
探偵宣言なんかなくてもあんたを必ず打ち破ってみせます。
Even without the detective proclamation, I will defeat you no matter what.
バトラさん。
いいだろ
All right.
う。お前がそうしたいというなら、その勝負を受けてやる。
If that's what you want, I'll accept your challenge. That's definitely a clearly you don't own an air fryer kind of smug face, yeah.
ありがとうございます。
Thank you very much.
受けたことを必ず後悔させてやりますから。
I'll make sure you regret it.
まあ思えばバトラだって人間側だった時はずっと探偵権限なんて便利な力は一切なかった。
Come to think about it, when Battler played for the human side, he never had anything as convenient as the detective's authority. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, it was so power gamey last time.
許されてたのは青き真実と復唱要求だけ。
He was only allowed blue truth and repetition requests.
そういうこ
Exactly.
と。ある意味前回のゲームの方がアンフェアだったわけだわ。
In a way, it was the previous game that was truly unfair. Oh, of course. Okay, they'll admit it after the fact, but they were just like playing the game and having a bitchy grand old time last time, and at the time they wouldn't have given a shit that it was unfair. Of course, they'll say it now after the fact, man.
それで勝ちを落とすのだからそれは負けと全く同じ。
We failed to win despite that, which is why it was no different from a loss. Okay.
好きにしろ。
Do what you want. Toxic Yuri, yep.
お前が探偵宣言をしたくなったらいつでもすればいい。
If you feel like making a detective proclamation, Just do it whenever you like.
今はそれを保留していると理解しておく。
I'll consider it to be an option you're keeping available.
誰が宣言なんかするもんですか。
Why would I ever need to do that?
あんた程度の相手に
Against an opponent as weak as you. Battler's like, okay, you're gonna really want to use it.
では始めなさい二人とも。
Then get started, you two.
私の退屈
I'm already starting to get bored.
はお任せを我が主。
Leave it to me, my master!
必ずや魔女幻想を打ち破ってご覧に入れます。
I will destroy the witch illusion for you without fail! Ha! I saw that face. You're not doing this. You're doing this under duress. George and Jessica had been the ones knocking on Erika's door. They were asking whether Battler and Maria had come to this room. Of course, they hadn't.
ずいぶん前に
We did never check back in with George and Jessica, except for those canned lines after the whole Maria thing. All right, stretch. 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 Ah, thank you, Peach Tea. A good while ago, they went downstairs, saying they wanted to get something to
そ
drink.
してエリカちゃんの部屋に来てるかなと思ってね。
We thought they might have come to your room.
来るわけないです。
Of course they didn't.
屋敷にでも行ったんじゃないですか？
Are you sure they didn't go to the mansion?
屋敷の使用人室や食堂に電話してるんだけど誰も出なくて。
We called the servant room in the dining hall of the mansion, but no one picked up.
あなたたちは
That
ここにいて
freaking
ください。
face! That freaking face, that's so funny. Please stay here, you two.
私はちょっと屋敷の様子を見てきます。
I'm going to go check the mansion.
あ、危ないよ。こんな時間に。
Hey, it's dangerous to go out this
こ
late.
の閉鎖された島に不審者がいるはずもないじゃないですか。
How could a stranger sneak onto the sealed off
いと
island?
こ部屋とやらにいてください。
Stay in that cousin's room of
何
yours.
かあったら連絡しますから。
I'll contact you if anything
ゲ
happens.
ストハウスの使用人室の人たちにもゲストハウスを出ないように伝えてください。
Also, tell the servants in the guest house servant room not to leave the building.
では。
Bye.
ちょっとエリカさん。
Wait a second, Erika-san!
変わった子だね。
She is a strange kid. You're getting banner ads and it was trying to sell you artificial banana? That's wild. I think they meant it like a banana tree or plant or something. That just sounded like a very poor metaphor. Oh, like that. I was almost thinking like a weird banana candy flavor. And I'm like, what would you even put that in? To advertise it on Twitch? After speaking her mind and not listening to anything else, Erika dashed down the stairs and rushed outside.
第一の番は夜が明けてから発覚がパターンでしたが、今回は即勝負できましたか？
The first twilight usually starts in the morning, but it looks like we've got an early fight this time.
ゲストハウスに事件は起きていない。
No crime has occurred in the guest house. Eat candy! Only for $110 per potted plant, damn.
となると、
Why artificial?
屋敷ってことになりますね。
You skimmed your copy of the episode 4 manga last week, and you thought it was interesting Byrne asked for gochujang ice cream when she leaves during the tea party instead of pickled plum tea. Interesting. Interesting. I mean, I guess they are both savory things you might not necessarily want as a flavor in the latter vehicle of food, if that makes sense. Like gochujang is like a traditional savory flavor you might not want in your ice cream, and pickled plum is a traditional savory flavor you might not want in your tea. Same energy, at least. The first twilight usually starts in the morning, but it looks like we've got an early fight this time. No crime has occurred in the guest house, so that means the stage of the tragedy is in the mansion. Though she had an umbrella up, Erika got drenched as she sprinted. She brashly licked the raindrops that dripped down her face. Ew! Erika was now at her most energetic and most freakazoid. Drowned rat. Yeah. According to her memory of the previous game, the entrance to the mansion would be locked at the same time the family conference started. However, the lock was undone this time. Had someone unlocked it, or had the lock not been set, or had it not been possible to set the lock? Well, no point thinking about it now. After all, that might just be a whim of the Game Masters. As soon as she entered the entrance hall, the door to the parlor opened violently. Out of it flew Goda's large body. Goda! Oh, good evening, Goda-san. Is something the matter? Goda! Hey, Rowan. Police! Ambulance! You did arrive at the perfect time. Love that she asks all those questions just to be like, never mind, lol. Goat, yep. That expression really is wonderfully pathetic. Goda really is moe. Just fitting for the first one to discover the crime. Please calm down. How could the police or an ambulance get to an isolated island in the middle of a typhoon? I'm sure the phones are out anyway, so please calm yourself. Kraus and Rudolph's yells could be heard from the parlor. Their shaken appearance perfectly signified the arrival of the first twilight. Well then. Parlor is a good word. Give me the victims, the locations, and a reconstruction of the situation. Those who left to take a break didn't come back, so the adults went to the parlor. When they did, the door was sealed from the inside, and they couldn't open it. As they would learn later, the hat stand in the parlor had been used to bar the double doors from the inside. Wait, so not even the key? So you're trying to say that the door was blocked from the inside, and the windows were also locked from the inside? That's it. When they went around and looked into the parlor through the window, they saw Rosa lying on the sofa in an unnatural position, with blood pouring from her forehead. They then smashed the glass, entered the parlor, and discovered that Maria was also there, lying by the wall and covered in blood. see.
それは大騒ぎですね。
I'm sure there was quite an uproar.
他のデータは
And the other crime scenes?
エリカが屋敷に入った時、玄関が施錠されていなかったのはこの客間を外から確認するために出入りがあったから。
The entrance wasn't locked when you came into the mansion because they had gone out through it to check the parlor from the outside.
その直前までは施錠されていたため、他にも姿を消した人間たちが屋敷内のどこかで倒れている可能性があるとして。
Since the entrance was locked before the adults went through it, they thought that the other people who had gone missing might be somewhere within the mansion in a similar condition.
屋敷中を探し回っている。
So they're now searching the entire building.
先ほど長々と見せていただいたゲロカス妄想での犠牲者と死んだ場所は実際にも同じですか？
Are the locations of the dead the same as in that long-winded, putrid delusion of yours that you showed earlier? So mean!
同じだ。
They're the same.
客間にはローザとマリ
Rosa and Maria were in the parlor.
ア、それから夏日が自室でキリエがクラウスの書斎。
As for the others, Natsuhi was in her own room, and Kirie was in Kraus's study.
エヴァはバラ庭園。いえ、貴賓室に移動させたんでしたっけ？
Eva was in the rose garden. No, wait, she moved to the VIP. She was moved to the VIP room, wasn't she?
そうだ。
Yes.
エヴァの遺体は貴賓室で見つかる。
They discover Eva's body in the VIP room.
これで犠牲者5人ですね。
That makes 5 victims.
第一の晩には1人足りない。
Ah, that's one short for the first Twilight.
誰で？どこです？
Who's the 6th? And where are they? Alright. Maybe I should make a guess. So, the moms have already been cleared out. We got 1, 2, 3, 4. Maria's gone. Who would be the last one? Well, I feel like we should probably categorically take out the, take out Erika, first of all. And we should probably categorically take out, the people involved in the love games. So, Shannon, Kanon, these 3 cousins. Unless it was Battler himself. That would be funny if he killed himself. He killed himself in the game. That'd be pretty funny. Let's see. They already mentioned Rudolph and Kraus, so they're alive. Yoshi? He could get away with trying to pretend Kinzo is the 6th one. Nanjo? I feel like love has got to have something to do with the last victim. Well, we all know that I ship Nanjo, Genji, and Kinzo, so it could be about the love of friendship or the love of one's duty. Kumasawa? I know Kumasawa is heavily involved with the earlier part of the story and the whole thing having to do with Beatrice's true identity, but would she? Does it count? Does that be good enough? I don't know. The Old Man Yaoi trio. I know. All right, that's gonna be my official bet. The last person to die is one of the Old Man Yaoi trio. But I've got like a gut feeling it's Hideyoshi. But my official guess is gonna be one of these 3, even though my gut says Hideyoshi. So let's see. Huh? Crow-sama! The chain on this room is also set. Cut it! The culprit might be hiding in there. Ooh, they already grabbed the guns. They already grabbed the guns. Those little guns. Goda, do it. Rudolph and Kraus had brought rifles from Kinzo's prized collection. They yelled at Goda, who was carrying the bolt cutter, to cut the chain. Victims had been found one after another at several locations inside the mansion. The fucked up Guns brothers! Yes. The men who had lost their wives. They did just lose their wives. Oh no. The men who had lost their wives searched through the mansion in a rage, looking for the culprit. This was a guest room. It had previously been a room where the relatives would stay, but it hadn't been used much since the construction of the guest house. Oh, is this the person who was trapped and couldn't escape? Can you shoot ghosts in this? I don't know. This forgotten room was locked up from the inside by the chain. Oh, is this referring to the older thing? As soon as the chain was cut, Rudolph pushed Goda aside and flew into the room. Who's in there? Show yourself! There's someone on the bed. Let's get some light, Aniki. Kraus pushed the switch on the wall. The guest room lit up, and the figure lying on the bed came into view. He dropped the fucking gun. He started crying. Holy shit! How did I guess that? Battler killed himself. That was the first. GM Battler is like, I'm about to be hilarious. Rudolph dropping his gun and crying though. Battler's like, the instant I have a say in this, I'm fucking offing myself. Battler really said, I'm gonna kill myself. No! Oh my god. I mean, I did say that possibility, didn't I? I should have gone with that. I should have gone for that for my official guess. That's fucking funny. I mean, maybe that would be the only person he'd be comfortable with killing himself, is himself. You know what? Me too, bro. No. Well, this is the first time Battler's ever been a victim. Only winning move is not to play. God damn. Poor Rudolph, though. He just lost his wife and kid. And Ange is like stuck at home. Battler.
お前どうしてこんなところに
Damn it! What are you even doing in here? Rudolph crumpled to his knees and fell on the bed. I shouldn't be laughing this hard. I'm sorry, Rudolph. I'm sorry, Rudolph. I'm sorry, Rudolph. Okay. I need to calm down. I need to calm down. Rudolph's sad. He just lost his wife and son. You need to stop laughing. Boy failure won life. I need to stop laughing. Rudolph's sad. I need to stop laughing. Okay. Deep breaths. Okay. Deep breaths. Deep breaths. Beatrice has been telling him to do this, so he was like, you know what? Rudolph crumpled to his knees and fell onto Battler's body. No words could console him as he cried with a mad sorrow. I want to hear this mad sorrow crying voice acted with Rudolph's voice actor. Can you do that for me? In a single night, He had lost both his wife and his son. During this time... Oh my god. This is like that bot. You have to kill yourself or get killed. During this time, Kraus checked the window locks in the bathroom and searched the closet to find if anyone was hiding there, but he found no one. Come on, come on, come on. Let's go! Emotional acting from Rudolph's actor. We're like, how many hours into this game? 279 hours into this game. That's the first time we've heard that out of Rudolph. Oh, how sad. It's hard to believe, but just like the others, this is a locked room. And that implies the VIP room was also locked. What? Again? Go to pull yourself together. You're the one who freaking bolt cuttered the door. Yes. My study where Kirie-san was, Natsuhi's room, the VIP room with Eva, the parlor with Rosa and her daughter. Okay, you know what? This is already going to be my favorite episode so far. Because not only is it touching on themes I already wanted to know about, but the people in charge of the investigation, besides like Erika, who's getting stunted on, is the Dilfs. The Dilfs are in charge. This is already my favorite episode. The parlor with Rosa and the VIP room with Eva. The parlor with Rosa and her daughter. You feel Rudolph wouldn't be a good single dad? Nah. Battler would have stayed, ran away for more than... for longer than that. If he was a single father. Or are these depressed looking old men? These are the Dilfs who are in charge of the, murder investigation, Alexi. Table reacted to Battler being the one who died. Also, what if Umineko was a musical? It is a musical! There's actually a stage show happening in Japan. One of my friends was seeing it. Are these gilfs gay for each other? Well, there was a rejected draft where the one on the left was having an affair with the one on the right's wife. So if he wanted to get in on that, we could have a sort of situation. Goda's boinking Krause's wife for sure. Krause might as well get involved. It needs to be Yaoi. No, this is true. This is true. He's pissed magical chef Goda. Manhandling. They're manhandling their guns quite readily. Yeah. There is old man Yaoi. Actually, we have not seen Nanjo at all. Goda, Kraus, Yaoi with Natsuhi in the cuck chair. Now this is a rare ship. Is there a single fan fiction that is Goda Kraus with Natsuhi in the cuck chair? I would be willing to bet, maybe not a lot of money, maybe like $5 at maximum, that there is not. But I will be the first one to write it. Yes! A lot of Ronove. You know what? He deserves it. As Ronove is my favorite character, he deserves it. Not if I read it first! I'm holding you to that, Rowan. I need to see it. Yeah, I know Ronove with Battler. I know it is. And you know what? Good for him, I guess. Bitch, I can get Scrivener open right now. Put you on blast. I mean, obviously, I'm not going to start writing it right now. I do know there is Eva and Natsuhi Yuri, and that is also good stuff. We love some toxic Yuri. Battler has Kinzo's whole harem. Damn. That is also, could be a thing. Lots of Yuri. That doesn't shock me. Battler Beato is Yuri. You have said that before. Anyway, we've been laughing about this guy on the right. He just lost his wife and they're staring at... Amazing, we're laughing this hard while we're seeing these guys stare at Rudolph, who is sobbing over the loss of his wife and son. Yeah, we have 2 US presidents, the sky's the limit. Exactly. Toxic Yuri sounds like a Batman origin story level of crime. Yeah. I mean, that's basically just Poison Ivy and Harley Quinn, right? All right. Yes, my study where Kirie-san was, Natsuhi's room, the VIP room with Eva, the parlor with Rosa and her daughter, and now Battler-kun in this guest room. They're all locked rooms. I don't understand. Are we to believe this is suicide? Like hell it is! How could this be a suicide? He says at the bed of Battlers, who's very, already very highly implied to be a suicide. Battler Beato's Yuri. True. Hey, CC! Like hell it is. How could this be a suicide? You fell into a vat of toxic Yuri, Batman, now you're the Joker. Aw, Rudolph crying for Battler.
Oh yeah.
Oh. CC's girl, look at my cock yowie. Oh, there's a surprise. The Yuri Cur. That's Rowan. That's a pleasant possum. The Battler, the Jerker. Oh, that's a surprise. To think that you yourself would be the 6th person. You forgot you were listening to ASMR and you got jump scared by a kiss sound. You're double tasking this stuff? Oh, there's a surprise. Goober would have been too on the nose. Gooner. Gooner. Gooner would have been too on the nose. That did went through my watching Umineko Thursday with the 10 hours of silence with random dodgeball noise. You watch like 4 streams at once and YouTube. You know what? You're valid, rep. I don't think my brain could handle that, so I'm impressed. You don't think Goto would cuck Natsuhi though? And Natsuhi's purity is guaranteed by the red truth. Well, it's fan fiction. How many, like, when you read fan fiction, more than half of the time people aren't in character anyway. Krause would go! And he would, what are you? trying to tell you to stop posting. Oh, that's you, the gooner. I think Goda would do anything Natsuhi says, including giving Chris the business. I think Goda could be talked into it. It's Natsuhi who really has to find a new part of herself in order for this to work. Oh, ew, it's that B word, Erika. Yeah, it is. It's the drowned rat, Erika. The second I finish chapter 8, you're making me read Ange Goes to Comiket official. What? There's already many things that could be cursed about that. Oh boy. Oh, there's a surprise. I think that you yourself would be the 6th person. It's more interesting to kill yourself off every now and then. Not to show you a delightful comic called Alfie. Nazi finds a new part of herself. So what if everyone on the island had Harry Potter and there was drama going on nowadays, like the Mr. Beast drama? You mean Twitter? If everyone on the island had Twitter, how did your thing auto-correct Twitter to that? Oh, that would be interesting. Like we said, Rudolph would be minting NFTs and Kraus would be buying them and losing money on them. We already know that much. Jessica would be in tune with the memes. She would be watching all the CW dramas. Jessica would be into Riverdale. Kraus has a blue check mark, he does! I'm going Batman, I'm shipping 2 women who absolutely hate each other, so violently kiss and you can't stop me. How is that going, Batman? Jessica so has a Tumblr. Battler would be playing Roblox and failing for Robux scams. I don't know enough about Roblox, but I could definitely see it. Battler 100% plays Fortnite. Jessica would know about Yaoi and be at peace at last. This is also true. She would see it on Tumblr. Oh, you meant going again, but your phone keeps fucking it up. Gooning? Tao is struggling. Tao's poor phone wants to keep him pure. Beatrice would like reality challenge shows. I could see that. Go to I'm not gay, but $20 is $20 Toshiro. Yes. Yes. Your phone is a fucking nun, I swear. Like Squid Game and stuff like that. I could see that. She'd like cackle at people struggling. Maria would be on TikTok, but she'd be on the weirdest parts of TikTok that you didn't even know existed. Like occult TikTok. Hydrate, alright. Magical Goda middle-aged bisexual experience. This is the fan fiction we need to write. I quench the thirst. Yeah, we're quenching the thirst. You're forcing Goda's by awakening. Oh no, Maria watching all that YouTube slop content like Elsagate because Rosa couldn't raise her daughter. She just had to put her in front of an iPad and put on Cocomelon because she couldn't be asked to raise her herself because she's always out of the house, off fucking her boyfriends in a Tommy. Oh, okay. Jessica would scream if Kano and Jirogue happened. She would, but also, Jesus Christ. Maria using Gen Z language, yeah. Yeah. EBT toilet. At least Maria is an iPad baby and not a child with a no. Oh, your dad just had a horrible idea? Oh boy. At least Maria is an iPad baby and not a child with unmitigated access to a desktop computer. She could do so much worse. This is true. Maria would have found the real fucked up parts of the internet unsupervised. On the other hand, Maria could find people like her. So that would be good. Can your pet is why there are 4 rabbits in the forest band? Oh. We're using Leet Speak and internet talk. Oh my god, oh, that's old. Mom, this is so not cash money. LOL, you're so cringe. Yeah, that's her when she's using the kee-hee-hee-hee voice. Oops. Maria on the gore side. See, that's why I'm like, I'm glad she doesn't have unfettered desktop access, because that would probably happen. And I don't want that to happen to her. However, I do like the idea of her finding like-minded souls out there in the world. A shock flash game that plays on the multiple meanings of can. Oh, I didn't know about that one. That sounds scary. Maria gets on cool math games in her downtime and downloads viruses on her mom's laptop just to get her attention. Oh, that's when the key, that's after she meets Beatrice. She starts having ideas like that. You can't wait for someone to go back and make highlights of each of the episodes of these streams. Of what, the times where I beautifully guessed the truth correctly? Or shit like skibidi toilet, like which one? If Kinzo had Twitter, he wouldn't get away with all he did and be arrested. Yeah, get him. Katie Rose the Tris clips. All of it, please. That and our random bullshit. The answer is yes. It's more interesting to kill yourself off every now and then. He would cause drama on Twitter with his awful opinions. I think he would, probably. Star in the score.
そして、すべての現場はいずれも密室です。
Kinzo should be beaten to death anyway with hammers. That's true. And all of the crime scenes are locked rooms.
魔法以外では成し得ない殺人です。
They're murders that couldn't have been performed without magic.
それを暴くゲームじゃないですか。
Isn't seeing through that the point of this game?
すなわち、魔法以外で成し得なければならない殺人
You
という
wish
わけです。
Kinzo could be punished, but looking at his contemporaries, there's so many implications happening here. Katie Battler is the type to call his dad out on Twitter, and his dad going off in the replies. Yeah. Yeah. Battler has the public beef with his dad on social media. Oh. I get it. Rudolph tweets promoting his NFTs. And then, Battler's in the, replies under all of his NFT promotions like, fuck off, old man. If you buy this shit, you're a fool. Oh my god, Eddie should shut the fuck up. Dan would agree with you if he was here. By which I mean, isn't seeing through that the point of this game? By which I mean, The murders must be possible to commit without magic.
だって本当に魔法でしかできなかったらそれってゲームが成立しま
Have you
せ
seen
ん
that
から
I work for NASA tweet? I'm not sure. Can you link it? That's Rudolph and Battler. I need to see it. I feel like I may have. You wouldn't download Umineko. Every Ushiromi has a blue check mark, but Battler keeps trying to get rid of his. Oh my god, the type where if you get enough notoriety, they just give you a blue check mark, whether you want it or not. You want to grab Erika and slam her through 1,000 walls. You're not alone. Yeah, you can post it in the Discord. Is Battler drill? I think Battler would enjoy drill tweets. Battler just does not give an F. He will fight in the replies. Hey now, Erika can't help being a metaphor. Isn't that kind of sad when your existence is just being a metaphor? After all, if they really could be done with only with magic, this wouldn't be a game. I like how your bait tweet got stopped by the filter. Yeah, you modded something, CC. Battler would fall for bait tweets, I agree. To a point. I think he could learn eventually, but he would definitely fall for it the first time. After all, if they really could be done only with magic, this wouldn't be a game. That's an interesting way of thinking about it. Yeah, that is the sort of game we've been playing. Fall for someone saying One Piece is a bad anime. Oh my god. Oh my god, like, Battler definitely reads Shonen Jump weekly and reads One Piece every week. He would so be into it. Despite the person having a Luffy profile, but yeah. Would he be eating ivermectin? No, that's Kraus. That's Kraus who's eating the ivermectin. This game is fair. The goal is to explain, without magic, the strange crimes that this opposing side claims to have carried out using magic. Okay, I'll look. Everyone shut the fuck up. I got accepted for a NASA internship language. Suck my dick and balls, I'm working at NASA, and I am on the National Space Council that oversees NASA. Oh my god. I would crumple and die on the spot if that were me being real. I could see it, but it would be hilarious if Kraus was actually like part of a company that Battler wanted in on. Should be noted that she did actually keep the internship and the guy apologized. Okay, that's good. Maria does the Tide Pod out challenge and eats a Tide Pod because she's not sufficiently supervised. Yeah, tried to help that girl get her job back, which was extremely nice of him. Okay, good. She got fired because of that too. Oh no! You're off to the M4S mines. Have a good stream. I believe in you. Go get that horse girl. Well, either way, I'm glad it ended up okay. If that couldn't be done, it wouldn't be a game. In other words, just as Erika said, it has to be possible to perform the murders without magic. To view it from the opposite angle, flipping over the chessboard, one would say, the witch side has a certain responsibility. They have to make a crime that can be reproduced with tricks and not magic. As long as the human side can't figure out those tricks, the witch side can use all kinds of magic and illusions. In other words, in order to carry out a locked room murder with magic, it is necessary to create a crime that is possible to carry out by human hands. And that's why Battler's okay with doing this whole thing.
今ならわかるわ。
By now, I understand.
セントルチーヤでムカつくクラスメートたちを殺せと七姉妹に命じたとき、
I see why, when I ordered the Seven Sisters to kill my classmates back at St. Lucia,
どうして彼女らにそれができなかったか。
they couldn't do what I told them.
そしてマモンが言った意味が今ならわかるわ。
And I understand the meaning of Mammon's words.
魔法は自らの手で成し遂げられることしかできない。
Do you mean that magic is only capable of that which you can accomplish by your own hands? At that time, if I had possessed the determination to kill my classmates, no, that's not it either. At that time, if I had been capable of killing my classmates, capable of going through with it, then the Seven Sisters of Purgatory would probably have pulled it off for me. They could only accomplish what I could do myself. No, that's not it. They could take what I had accomplished and turn it into magic. Of course, there were a great number of witnesses in that classroom, so that probably would have been impossible. Maria Onechan would call it being burned by the anti-magic toxin. However, if I had called those classmates out somewhere without witnesses and carried out murder myself... What is it, Ange? Make up your mind. Yeah, true. And carried out murder myself, that would be when the Seven Sisters of Purgatory could carry out a magical murder.
魔女は魔法をもってしても自らにできないことをできない。
Even with magic, witches cannot do things that they cannot accomplish by themselves.
自らにできることのみ魔法で装飾できる。
They can only use magic to embellish the things that are possible for them.
面白きかな。
How interesting it is.
魔法を使わずして成し遂げる者が魔法を語り魔女を名乗るのだから。
That those who accomplish something without using magic nevertheless speak of magic and call themselves witches.
このエリカとやらはそれを初めから理解している。
This Erika person has understood that from the beginning. That's true. I did think it a bit odd that she's a witch and accepts Burncastle and Lambda Delta as witches and yet wants to disprove magic.
だから絶対に魔女に屈しない。
That's why she will never surrender to
絶
witches.
対にトリックで説明できるという信念を持ってる。
She is confident that it must be explainable with tricks.
かつてのバトラにはそれがなかったから、これまでああも翻弄されてきたというわけだ。
The old battler was toyed with so frequently because he did not possess that confidence.
このルールを見破られたら魔女に勝ち目はなくなるわ。
Once this rule is seen through, the witch loses any chance of victory.
だからそれを見破られる前に相手を屈服させなくちゃいけない。
That's why they have to make their opponents surrender before they see the truth of this rule. Isn't that the rule that Dan figured out like instantly?
長引けば長引くほど、そしてヒントを与えれば与えるほど魔女は圧倒的に不利になっていく。
the longer the match is drawn out. And the more hints are given, the more overwhelming the witch's disadvantage becomes. Once again, my thoughts are spinning in circles. That, Beatrice can't win, that she'll lose no matter what because Battler's already won because everything is solvable. So you can say magic isn't real. I think something like that. It's been a good, what is it? At least half a year. I forget exactly what it was, but it was basically like the thing in episode 4 when Beatrice was like, "Oh yes, I was going to lose no matter what." It was that kind of thing. If he was here, he would say, "You should wake up already." Anyway, once again, my thoughts are spinning in circles. Why did Beato prolong this game until she lost? Why did Beato prolong this game until she lost? I'm sure it has to do with Battler and him realizing what he did to her and who she is. Many victims had been found, and the mansion was still wrapped in chaos. Let me look at how that's worded. Hideyoshi's group. Okay, so Hideyoshi's alive. Hideyoshi's group seemed to have gone to the guest house, worrying about the safety of the kids there. Kraus and Rudolph were in the hall, talking about what should be done next. During a short gap in this chaos, Erika dashed all about the mansion. She was checking the crime scenes. Normally, with a detective's authority, Erika had the right to openly investigate the crime scenes to her heart's content. However, this time, she hadn't yet invoked that authority. Because of that, and with her being a guest and an outsider, there was little to no chance that she would be allowed to investigate. So she was forced to quickly check all of the crime scenes now, while she could still run about as she pleased. In the servant room, there had been a clear folder containing a plan of the mansion's interior. Because she had borrowed that, she knew the location of every room in the mansion. Erika efficiently made her way through the mansion, dashing into each crime scene in turn. Golden sneer, my goat. Lady Erika, I believe you know, but allow me to warn you just in case. Yes, what is it? It is true that you have an incredible photographic memory. When you combine that with the detective's proclamation, it becomes impossible for you to be fooled by anything. Oh, I know what you're going to say. Since I haven't made the detective proclamation, even my photographic memory could potentially be fooled. Of course I understand that. Still, that doesn't mean I can afford to go without viewing the crime scenes directly. After all, in the last game, my pride in that regard led me to commit a truly agonizing blunder. Sure, I have no doubt. Hey, it's Frederica Berncastle herself. Are you enjoying your peace struggling? To take an extreme case, no matter how well you examine a person's corpse right now,
常に残るということです。
The possibility will always remain that were faking their death.
すべての状況を個別に確定させるためにもバトラに復唱要求をする必要があるでしょう。
It will probably be necessary to give Battler repetition requests to confirm the details of each situation individually.
それを引き出すために青き真実を駆使しなくてはなりませんね。
It's going both ways? Oh, you're just enjoying the show. Good. I mean, that's all you want to be, right? Is entertained. I'm learning stuff. And I'll need to use the blue truth liberally in order to draw those out of him.
分かってます。
I know that.
基礎を十分に基本から攻めましょう。
Let's start with the basics.
探偵権限などなくてもハンデにはなりません。
The lack of the detective's authority is no handicap.
かつてのバトラと同じ条件で戦っているだけなんですから。
It simply means that I'm fighting under the same conditions Battler once was. I need to drink some more water. Yes. This fight is retracing the old days when Battler and Beato fought so fiercely. I miss those days. I am no conveniences such as the detective's authority. I truly do just have to fight the same way the old Battler fought, except better this time, the way he should have done it the first time. Thinking of it this way, it may be true that I was in a very blessed, unfair position last game, just as my master said. It may be difficult without the detective's authority, which also holds my honor as a detective. But I won't let that be a handicap. I know what magic is, and I'm fully aware of how to fight with the red and blue truths. I know the way to fight in this game many times better than the old Battler did. I quickly visited the VIP room, Krause's study, and Natsuhi's room on the second floor, as well as the parlor and the guest room on the first floor. This time, checking with my own eyes, as I had neglected to do in the last game. Oh yeah, okay, so what do we got here? Interesting, why are they half red and half not? That's not how it was before. Oh, because Erika did not perform a sufficiently detailed investigation. The details of the cause of death are unknown. Oh, so that's why it's like that. Weird. Corpse discovered in her own room. Furudo Erika did not perform a sufficiently detailed investigation, so the details of the cause of death are unknown. Corpse discovered in the VIP room. Corpse discovered in Krause's study. Corpse discovered in a guest room. Corpse discovered in the parlor. Well, where in the world is Nanjo? He could do... It's better than nothing if he was looking at stuff. Even if it's possibly untrue. Wow, Erika really is on hard mode. Corpse discovered in the parlor. First off, all of the scenes were made to look like locked rooms. Probably of special note is the fact that the master keys have no relation to the tricks this time. Where in the world is Carmen Sandiego? We're playing a mystery game. The locked rooms were all constructed without relying on any elements that could be locked or unlocked from the outside by a master key or something else. The windows were locked from the inside, and the doors were all locked and chained. I used to play the CD-ROM game when I was little. I was really bad at it. I think I watched the TV show a little bit. The master key can get around all of the locks on the doors, but the window locks and the chain locks are more trouble than they might appear. I haven't yet used a repetition request to get confirmation that it's impossible to manipulate them from the outside, but I'm sure he'll be able to say it in red. They made a new show on Netflix, I think. That sounds familiar. Was it any good? It'd be stupid otherwise.
分かってます。
I understand.
今の私はただの人間。
Right now, I am a mere human.
遺体の死亡確認さえ満足にできやしない。
She's the new guy, good guy for now, question mark? I can't even properly confirm the deaths of the corpses. Oh no, her face! Last time I neglected to check the bodies and let a massive piece of magic get by me. I won't fail like that again. If I let that happen even once more, I won't be able to face the master I'm so indebted to. Indebted to?
すべての現場を確認し、情報の整理が終わりました。
We have checked all of the crime scenes and finished gathering
ご
information.
報告いたします。
Here is our report.
お願いします。
Go ahead.
まず、すべての部屋は窓の施錠とチェーンロック等による
First, all of the rooms employ window locks and chain locks.
外部よりの干渉の困難な方法によって密室を構築されていました。
To form locked rooms in a way that would be difficult to interfere with from the outside.
唯一の例外はローザとマリアの死んでいた客間のみです。
The only exception is the parlor, where Rosa and Maria lay dead.
緊急謹んで申し上げる。
For your attention, I beg to inform you of the following.
帽子掛けが勘抜きにされていたも
She
の
was the original show. She was portrayed as the villain. Yeah. She was always the one to catch. Let it be known that the door was barred with a hat stand.
実質的にチェーンロックと同様の内側のみより施錠可能と思われるものなりや。
It is thought to be substantially the same as a chain lock, in that it can only be set from the inside.
マスターキーによる解釈を完全に封じた密室を構成するためでしょう。
It is probably his goal to construct locked rooms where explanations using master keys are made completely ineffective.
客間の性格上、チェーンロックがないため、他の何かで代用することも自然です。
The parlor has no chain lock due to its very nature, so it is natural that something else would be used in place of a chain.
ならどうしてチェーンロックのある他の部屋を密室に選ばなかったかが興味深いですね。
In that case, the interesting question becomes, why didn't he choose one of the other rooms that do have a chain lock?
バトラが死んでいた客室は他にも数室あって同じような構造をしてたわけですよね。
There are several other guest rooms besides the one Battler lay dead in, all with a similar construction, correct?
はい、そうです。
Yes, that is correct.
ならそこに閉じ込めれば全員チェーンロックの密室ということでより美しかったはずなのにそれをしなかった。
In that case, it would have been more aesthetically pleasing to lock them in there, so that everyone would be inside a room locked by a chain, yet he did not do
ど
that.
うもこの客間の帽子掛けの勘抜きとやらがうさんくさいです。
This hat stand door bar in the parlor seems very
特
suspicious.
徴要求でよく追求するべきでしょうね。
I should probably investigate it thoroughly with repetition requests.
あと遺体なんですが前回の首がバッサリ。
Also, regarding the bodies, in the last game their throats were sliced wide open.
みたいに探偵権限がなくとも絶対の死亡を確認できるようなものはありましたか？
To the point that the deaths could be confirmed with certainty even without the detective's authority. But was there anything like that this time around? Of course, she had checked all of the corpses and all the crime scenes this time. However, without the detective's authority, she had no guarantee that she would be able to see through any faked deaths with certainty. But what did it look like for each one, at least? The old battler had also started fighting by doubting whether the victims were truly dead. It was the same for Erika.
緊急謹んで申し上げる
For your attention, I beg to inform you of the following.
絶対の死を物理的に確認できる遺体はないと知りたまえ
Know that there were no corpses that could have been confirmed dead with certainty by physical means.
緊急謹んで申し上げ立てまつる
For your attention, I beg to inform you of the
いずれの遺
following.
体も装飾された偽装死の可能性を否定できぬものなり
We cannot eliminate the possibility that any one of these corpses might be a faked death.
まあ死亡確定の復唱要求をしたところでバトラが簡単に答えてくれるとも思えませんが
Well, even if I make a repetition request to confirm their deaths, I doubt Battler will be so quick to answer.
やれやれ
Sheesh. You're making a lot of assumptions there,
私は
girly.
ベアトの時の6連鎖密室の方が面白かったけど
I like Beato's chain of 6 locked rooms better.
でもマスターキーが一切通用しないという意味においては密室の完成度は今回の方が上ね
But these locked rooms are more complete, considering that master keys are of no help at all. Okay, something I want to figure out is, considering the parlor thing, Battler must have picked these locations for a reason. Natsuhi's room. Stuff that happened in there was, Natsuhi. There's a lot of scenes in Natsuhi's room. Like the scene with the mirror and George trying to get it open, the box open in episode 2, and Shannon protecting him, but then they ended up getting killed anyway. Does Beatrice appear to be dead when you look at her? Because she technically died. She kind of split into two less mature Beatrices. It's interesting. Other things that happened in Natsuhi's room. That was where she figured out that Shannon knew about her favorite season. She had seen the spooky... She got the spooky calls there and was told to bar herself there. The VIP room was also involved in chapter 2. That was where Hanon talked to Beatrice, where Beatrice was staying in episode 2. Her card thingy does show her alive or dead. There's 2 of them. See, there's this one and this one. Beatrice Elder and Beatrice. They're both alive. But as for the Beatrice we know, she's not shown in this episode. What else? Yeah. Parlor. Lots of stuff has happened in the parlor. Lots of murders. The parlor was also involved in episode 2 because Rosa made a big deal about the parlor being the only locked room, and but a letter appeared there anyway, so she started accusing Battler of being the killer. Maria also there. In a guest room. I have a feeling this has to do with the room that the mystery person was chained into in those weird alternate scenes. Krause's study is what trips me up. I don't remember anything happening in Krause's study before. Do you guys remember if anything happened in Krause's study in earlier episodes? I don't remember anything. That's not... I don't think that's where he showed her the gold bar. Well, no, they're all related to the Ushidomiyas. Most of them, yeah. Well, Erika has only recently shown up, but Nancho is Kinzo's doctor and friend. Genji is servant. So these are Ushidomiyas. So, vast majority. Ronoue Genji. Yeah, you saw the connection, huh? Ronoue Genji. Yep. There are... Yeah, so... I'm starting to think... Ronoue is like an idealized imaginary friend version of Genji. And then Virgilia is like an idealized imaginary friend version of Kumasawa. And they're imaginary friends of the real Beatrice, whoever Beatrice really is, the real mastermind. And so I think that's a hint. Gop, meanwhile, who knows? Maybe Beatrice wanted a friend and had to will one into existence. The real mastermind is Shano and hashtag blame Shano. Hey, Dan, you're here. But these locked rooms are more complete, considering that master keys are of no help at all. There are two general ways of breaking locked rooms that Battler might be after. An illusion of a locked room, or an illusion of a crime. It'll be one of those. I get the first one. That's when it looks like something looks like a locked room, but it actually isn't, right? What do you mean by an illusion of a crime? An illusion that makes it seem as though a crime has occurred. In other words, are they really dead? Come on, are you kidding me? If a person inside a locked room is alive, it's no different than if they were just taking a pee. Still, with this locked room, it's pretty hard to think of any other answer. What about the endless possibilities of manipulating the chain lock from the outside? We just don't know if there are secret doors, ways to kill from a distance, chances of suicide. Or even whether these are complete locked rooms in the first place. I have a behind-the-scenes view of Battler's game board, so I can tell you this. These are perfect locked rooms. They can only be constructed from the inside, and there is no way to construct, deconstruct, or interfere with them from the outside. And you say that in red? That'd be a little too rude to Battler, so no. If you do love me, you must see my words as red truth, right? Oh, Lambda Delta, when I'm with you, all words are red. The sea is always blue. Then the locked rooms are perfect.
事件錯覚ってことになるわ。
In other words, this is an illusion of a crime.
そうなるわね。
It does seem that way.
だとしたらこれは全部狂言密室だわ。
If so, these locked rooms are all a ruse.
大方エリカがあまりに空気読めずに探偵探偵と騒ぐものだから。
I guess the whole Ushinomiya family got so fed up with Erika prattling on about being a detective and not knowing when to shut up.
後ろ宮家みんなで結託して狂言殺人を披露してからかってみたってことじゃない？
That they all joined together to set up a fake murder to make fun of her or something?
あら、これ正解？
Wait, is that the right answer?
私ってば超名探偵。
I'm like a super great detective.
それが困ったことに、これは狂言じゃないのよ。
Unfortunately, this isn't a
犠
ruse.
牲者はきっちり殺されてるわ。
The victims have been thoroughly killed.
2日目の24時の時点でとかじゃなくて？
And you're not talking about at midnight on the second day?
探偵宣言を出してこそいないけど、彼女の検視は極めて正確よ。
No detective proclamation has been made, but she is very accurate when examining corpses.
私が赤き真実を与えられるくらいにね。
I could almost even give her examinations the red truth. Okay, I get what's going on. So so the last game was about not trusting anything but the red truth. This game is like, okay, all y'all who only considered the red truth when trying to figure out the truth of Umineko, you guys need to start considering the other text more. So Battler's game is like, y'all gotta consider the non-red text more in order to figure out the mystery, kind of like episode 1. So what does that mean?
エリカの検視時に間違いなく死亡してたってことになるの？
That they were definitely dead when Erika examined their corpses?
ええ、そうよ。
Yes, that's right.
それはもうがっつり。
Well and truly.
でも赤き真実では言ってあげないのね。
But you won't say it in red for her, right?
エリカはその赤が喉から手が出るほど欲しいだろうに。
And that poor Erika must want it so bad.
だって今回のあいつ、探偵でさえないのよ。
Well, she isn't even a detective this time
赤
around.
き真実なんてあげないわ。
I won't give her any red.
しかしとなるとすごいじゃない。
But then, if that's all true, that's amazing.
バトラの今回のこれ完璧な密室殺人だわ。
This time, oh my god, this perturbed look on Lambda Delta's face. This time, Battler's really made a perfect locked room murder.
あら、そうなるの？
Oh, perhaps he has.
エリカ大丈夫？
Will Erika be alright?
一見普通の密室殺人だけど
It looks like an ordinary locked room murder at a glance.
かなりヤバい密室だわこれ。
But this one is secretly pretty nasty. So I know they're like scared whether Erika, or I mean, not scared, but like they're doubting whether Erika can do this. But also, I remember the first scene of frickin' the wedding, and then I'm like, Erika's gotta do something to turn this around so she can like do such a display of humiliating Battler. Something's gotta happen. I don't trust this, is what I'm saying.
探偵権限さえないエリカにはちょっと荷が重いんじゃない？
Won't this be a bit too much for Erika without her detective's authority? Wait, you weren't here. What happened with the smackdown? With George and Eva, or Jessica versus George versus Battler? Oh, the love game? It was Jessica versus George versus baby chick Beatrice at first. Yeah. They were like, they had to, the power to guarantee someone's love can only go to one person, and so they got to compete for it. And so, it was between Jessica and George at first. Okay, so they were supposed to murder someone, and those murders have become the first 6 murders of the first Twilight because both sides of each couple ended up being involved. So it was George and Shannon, Jessica and Kanon, and Beatrice and Battler. Each of them killed someone. So this is gonna sound real sad. I'm sorry ahead of time, Rowan. George killed Eva, his mother. Jessica killed Kirie. Yes, Battler picked himself. Battler was really like, I'm gonna kill myself now. Yeah, Battler picked himself. But it was kept a surprise until his corpse reveal. Please, power move. I know, right? I couldn't stop laughing. It was bad. So, Kanon killed Rosa. Shannon killed Maria. And yeah, Beatrice pretty much killed Natsuhi, but she needed help. So she kind of did it. It counted. And then yeah, Battler killed himself. Battler's probably like, I've never been a victim. Let's shake things up. Also, I'm an idiot, so I should die like once. George to Shannon, boss, you killed a child. Great job, boss. This is why you're the best. She is a self-proclaimed great detective. I'm sure she'll pull through. If Battler and Beato are defeated by a mere human who isn't even a detective, they'll fall apart in the most exquisite way, don't you think?
それに万一エリカが負けても最悪のかけらにぶち込んで忘却の深淵に叩き込んで遊ぶからそれはそれで面白そうだし
And even if Erika loses, we get to play by throwing her into the worst fragment and casting her into the depths of oblivion, right? Exactly. No matter how the chips fall, it won't be boring for us. You really don't have one tear to shed or a drop of blood in your veins, do you? Still wringing that black cat out like a towel and licking up the single drop that comes out is what brings me joy. Beato's game board did entertain me for quite some time. But we've already wrung everything we can from it. It'll be over with this game. So if we're going to cap it off properly, we really must let Erika and Battler bet everything in one final face-off. So I guess it's possible that 7 and 8 don't involve Burncastle and Lambda Delta then? It'll be over with this game, and then there were 2 or more episodes. That's what I was saying, yeah. That's what I'm saying. But I wonder if they'll just be leaving, so it's the last one for them. But also, somehow, I doubt it. I bet something will keep them around.
Boo!
I wanted to play this game with you forever. What a shame.
とんでも
Come
ない。
now.
十分にあんたに付き合わされたわよ。
I've spent plenty of time with you already.
また面白そうなゲーム版を見つけてらっしゃ
Go find me another interesting game
い。
board.
そしたらまた遊んであげる。
If you do, I'll play with you again.
本当にあんたは私を飽きさせないわ。
Ah, you really don't ever let me get bored. Brown Sugar Babe, did you miss anything super important? Well, Battler truly said I should kill myself. Now. So basically, the love game happened, and the 6 murders happened. So now Erika's trying to investigate. That's where we're at.
それでいいのよ、ベルンカステル。
Be like this forever, Burn Castle.
そんなあんたの表情を苦悶に歪めることだけが私が覚えてしまった唯一の禁断の蜜なのだから。
Seeing your face twist with anguish is the one forbidden honey I found for myself. Lambda Delta had guaranteed that it was a perfect locked room, but not with Red. Burn Castle had guaranteed that it was a perfect murder, but not with Red. A perfect locked room murder. Why did they quote that twice? The witches hated to be a killjoy, so they wouldn't yet say anything with the red truth. Pursuing that would be the role of Battler and Erika. So are they going to do anything?
ずいぶんドタバタと現場巡りをしたようだな。
It seems like you had a pretty mad dash around the crime scenes.
十分か。現場検証は。
Satisfied? Is your inspection complete?
ええ、十分です。
Yes, I'm satisfied.
さて、私とあなたの赤と青の論争バトルですが、いかがします？
So, about our war of red and blue, what are your thoughts? Look at their hair.
早速始めますか？
This is the true battle. Erika with the blue and Battler with the red. Shall we start right away?
それとも最後にまとめて？
Or do it all at the end?
お預けは俺の勝負じゃねえな。
I don't like putting things off.
それはお前もだろうぜ。
I think the same goes for you.
なら、早速この第一の番の密室に切り込ませていただきます。
Then allow me to get started with the locked rooms of the first Twilight.
その前に確認です。
First, I'd like to check.
復唱要求に応じるおつもりは？
Do you intend to respond to my repetition requests?
内容によるぜ。
That depends on what they are.
すべてに応じる義務はなく、応じない理由も開示しない。
I have no obligation to respond to all of them, and I won't reveal my reasons when I refuse.
グッと。
Good.
ではシンプルに密室定義の確認から参りましょう。
Then let's start simple and confirm the definition of a locked room.
ドラノール、
Delaner,
読み上げてください。
please read it aloud.
了解です。
Understood.
以下の復唱を要求します。
We request that the following be repeated. Delaner unfurled the kind of scroll often depicted in Western fairy tales. When an official reads a royal decree, is that the kind of thing that's like the end is so long it's rolling down the stairs? And she read the contents aloud.
一つ、
First,
6人の部屋はすべて密室である。
the rooms with the 6 people in them are all locked rooms.
認める。
Acknowledged. Wow, that's
もちろん、ゴーダたちがチェーンを切断するなどして密室を破るまでの話だ。
acknowledged. Interesting. Doesn't that give some wiggle room? Of course, that's only until Goda and the others severed the chains and destroyed the locked rooms. At a nod from Dlanner, Cornelia, who stood behind her, started taking notes.
一つ
Second,
密室の定義とは外部より構築不可能であること
the definition of locked rooms implies that it is impossible to construct from the outside.
認める。
Acknowledged.
つまり外部からはどんな細工でも密室を構築できないということ。
In other words, no trickery done from the outside can construct a locked room.
チェーンロックを外部より細い針金などで器用にかけ直したなどは認められないということです。
It isn't permitted for a chain lock to be reset from the outside by a skillfully used wire, for example.
言われるまでもありません
I didn't need. Oh, so the person who's trapped, not the real Beatrice in the spooky, scary scenes, it's kind of a monstrous reflection of a locked room, like in a murder, right? She wasn't able to, she was hurt. I say she, but we don't know. They were hurt when they tried to open the chain lock with a wire. They were hurt when they tried to escape through the window. They were hurt. Yeah. Trying to get out from the inside, stuff like that. Interesting. Probably something to say there. I didn't need you to tell me
ド
that.
ラノール続けてください
Lanner, please continue.
一つ
Third,
密室の定義とは内外を横断する一切の干渉が断絶されていることを指す
the definition of a locked room implies that all forms of interference between the inside and outside of the room are prevented.
認める。
Acknowledged.
ただしノックや声、内線電話など一般的な部屋で想定できる干渉方法を否定はしない。
However, I won't rule out the kinds of interference that you'd expect from a normal room, such as knocks, voices, and the extension telephone line.
一つ
Alright, I can solve the murder. All of them called each other on the phones and were like, you should kill yourself. Now! And then they did it. After they did the locks and the chains. Murder solved! Fourth,
密室破壊時室内には犠牲者ナツヒエヴァキリエローザマリアバトラ以外存在しない
at the time of the breaking of the locked rooms, none existed within the rooms except the victims, Natsuhi, Eva, Kirie, Rosa, Maria, Battler.
認める。
Oh. Acknowledged. But acknowledged leaves so much wiggle room. It doesn't say that's correct. It's not the same as that's correct. It's just going like, huh, yeah. But there's nothing definite in there. This was to check that the murderer hadn't been hiding inside a locked room. Because if the discoverers departed the scene after becoming aware of the locked room murder, and then the culprit slipped out of the room after that, it would have been possible to construct an illusion of a locked room. Because Battler had acknowledged their statement with the red truth, acknowledged. This possibility, that the culprit and the victim had both been inside the locked room at the time of the crime, following which the culprit had hid under the bed or snuck out after the discovery of a crime. had now been eliminated. But that leaves possibility for thinking that they could have killed them somewhere else and put them in the room, but then it's not really explainable how they then left the room.
一つ
Fifth,
密室破壊時以降に殺人は行われていない
no murder was committed after the breaking of the locked rooms.
拒否する。
Ooh! They could have been happening in real time as Godo was breaking the locks. Ooh. So oh, I have an idea. Battler was the last one discovered. And Battler's the guy behind this game. And without love, it cannot be seen, right? We know Battler is, actually, no, that doesn't quite explain it. I need to think on it harder about the specifics. But what if he did all of the murders and then killed himself at the end? But that doesn't quite explain how he was able to escape these rooms that he set up. So I need to think some more on that one. I decline.
なぜです？
I feel like he wouldn't want to leave it to anybody else. Why?
実は密室を破った時点では犠牲者たちが生きてたからですか？
Because the victims really were alive at the point when the locked rooms were destroyed?
そして実は押し入ったクラウスたちが犯人でそこで殺人を行った。
And the culprits were actually Kraus and the others who crowded in, who committed the murders then and there?
すなわち密室誤殺人だから。これが真相だからですか？
In other words, because it was a murder after the locked room was destroyed. Is that the truth behind this? It fades out.
いいえ、違います。
No, that's not it.
まだ殺人は続くのですから、これ以降に殺人が行われないと赤で宣言することはできません。
The murders will continue to occur, so he can't declare in red that no murders will happen after this.
へりくつ。
Stupid technicality.
私たちの趣旨は分かってるはずです。
You must understand what we're getting at.
クラウスたちがチェーンを切断して密室を破り、そして中にいた人間を殺した。
Krause's group cut the chains and destroyed the locked rooms, then killed the people
これ
inside.
に反応してもらいたいだけです。
I just want you to argue against this.
エリカ卿クラウスたちとの不特定多数な言い方では不十分です
No, that can't be correct because you can't use that theory to hashtag blame Sean on true. Get her ass. Lady Erika, the undefined plurality of Krause's group is insufficient.
まずは密室破壊後
Drag Erika. Prove her wrong.
す
You should first check to see which humans entered the rooms after the locked rooms were broken.
金家
For your attention.
密室に踏み入ったのは犠牲者を除きクラウス、ルドルフ、秀吉、ボーダの4人だ。
Excepting the victims, the only ones to enter the locked rooms were these four: Kraus, Rudolph, Hideyoshi, and Goda.
金家
For your
これは
attention,
聞き取りによるものなり
this is based on hearsay.
他に踏み入った人物がいないという保証はなきなりと知りたてまつれ
Be advised that there is no proof that others did not enter.
言われるまでもない。
I know that already.
今のを復唱してもらいましょう。
Let's have him repeat
密
that.
室破壊後、部屋に入ったのは私を除き、クラウス、ルドルフ、秀吉、ゴーダの4人のみである。
After the breaking of the locked rooms, the only ones to enter the rooms, apart from me, were these four: Kraus, Rudolph, Hideyoshi, and Goda.
いいぜ
Sure.
認める
Acknowledged. But that's not repeating!
ただしこれは現時点での話だ
However, this only applies to the current point in time.
今後のゲーム展開以下では他の人物が立ち入ることもあり得る
It's possible that some later development in the game will cause more people to enter.
復唱要求。
Repetition requested.
クラウス、ルドルフ、秀吉、ゴーダは犯人ではない。
Kraus, Rudolph, Hideyoshi, and Goda are not culprits. Battler put his finger on his chin, deep in thought. This word, culprit, was fairly broad, and it might serve to greatly restrict the darkness of the witch.
答えてもいいのではないでしょうか。
Why not answer?
もし拒否すれば、クラウスたちが犯人であるという青き真実が残ったままとなります。
If we decline, they'll leave behind a blue truth saying that Kraus and the others were the culprits.
そうだな
You're right.
認めはするが言い方をさらに厳密にしよう
I'll acknowledge it, but I'll make the language more strict.
クラウス、ルドルフ、秀吉
Okay, first one that's not just acknowledged. Kraus, Rudolph, Hideyoshi, and Goda.
夏日、エヴァ、キリエローザ、マリア、バトラたち6人の殺人に関わっていない
These four had no involvement in murdering these six: Natsuhi, Eva, Kirie, Rosa, Maria, and Battler.
ということは、密室に入ってさえいないそれ以外の人間たちもまた。
And that means it was also impossible for any of the other humans who didn't even enter the locked room
殺人に関わることは不可能ということになりますね。
to have been involved in those murders either, doesn't it?
さあな自分で考え
Who knows? Think about it yourself.
な密室に立ち入らずに密室殺人を成立させる青き真実が提出できるってのならこっちも赤き真実で返答してもいいぜ
If you think you can build up some blue truth for how a locked room murder can be committed without entering the room, then I'll respond with the red truth. I mean, that's basically the movie Longlegs.
もっとも俺はお前がこれから提出する青き真実のうちたった一つを打ち破るだけでいい
However, I only need to destroy one of the blue truths you'll be presenting from here on out.
つまり今からお前が遠隔密室殺人のトリック X を青き真実で説明できた
Not him using X again. In other words, even if you do manage to use the blue truth and explain this away with some long-distance locked room murder trick X,
必ずしもそれに赤き真実で答える必要はないわ
I don't necessarily have to counter that with the red truth. These are the rules of the witch's game. Ange checked these details with Beato in the fourth game. The witch side lays out mystery after mystery and claims them all to be impossible to carry out except by magic. The human side must use the blue truth to argue that they are explainable with tricks. And if they cannot make a counter-argument with the blue truth for even one of these mysteries, that mystery will be considered to have been done by magic, and it will be impossible to deny the existence of a witch. In other words, the witch side only needs to protect any one of its mysteries. In contrast, the human side has to fully explain all mysteries with the blue truth. And even if the human side manages to explain all of the mysteries with the blue truth, if any one of those is successfully countered by the red truth, the witch will win. Therefore, just like the strategy that the old Beato adopted in her final game, it is sufficient for the witch side to put off their red text counter-arguments until the very last moment, then make a single strike at their opponent's most fragile spot.
いずれにせよ、今の復唱要求には拒否ということですね。
In any event, you've declined to repeat that last one, right?
勘違いするなよ。
Don't kid yourself.
復唱要求。お前へのサービスではないんだぜ。
You're not entitled to have your repetition requests answered. From the perspective of the witch side, repetition requests are just a supplement to make sure that the human side hasn't misunderstood the question. Oh, this is fun. Therefore, they have neither a technical nor a moral obligation to respond to requests that are extremely broad. Oh, he's like, you gotta get specific, y'all.
やりますね。魔女側プレイヤーとしてもなかなか頑張るじゃないですか。
Not bad. Looks like you can handle being a player on the witch side pretty well too.
お前とは場数が違うぜ。
Your experience is no match for mine.
ドラノール。
Leonard,
続けます。
let us continue.
一つ、犠牲者たちは他殺を除くあらゆる方法で死んではいない。
Sixth, the victims did not die by any method other than homicide.
認める。
Oh! Oh! Oh, and look at his face when he says that. Homicide as opposed to suicide. Battler, what are you playing at? But acknowledged has so much wiggle room, and they're not calling him on it. Let me get this guy. Hold on a second. All right. Acknowledged. Oh, but what does it mean? Acknowledged relates, refers to the fact Flannery uses specific quotes. Oh. So it's not as good as repeating it in red at all. It doesn't mean anything. Of course, there were no suicides or accidental deaths. So he'd be repeating it directly in red word for word. So it's the same as saying the whole thing? Seventh, the victims. That's enough, Dlenner. Are you sure? There are still items. Yes, that will do fine. I've confirmed the status of the crime scenes. From here on, it's time for me to argue back with the blue truth.
Ah, easy.
So if I look up the previous messages, homicides, victims does not die by any method other than homicide, acknowledged. So you think that's really as good as repeating the whole thing in red? Yeah. Yeah. This is a quote too. A quote within a quote. Stella, leave me alone. Mm-hmm. Okay. You don't think it's possible he could be like, I never said that specifically, I just acknowledged that I heard you say that? Because that's what I thought, is instead of turning that all red, it's just like, it's true that I acknowledge that you said that I heard it and understand it, but not that I'm saying necessarily that's the truth. That's how I interpreted it. But you don't think so, huh? Everything that was quoted is now read by the acknowledged. Okay. Fine by me. Let me hear your masterful theories. Though Battler and Erika were enemies, it looked to Beato as though they were having a little fun doing it. Yeah, that's kind of like the real Beatrice, or the old Beatrice and Battler back in the day. She was probably slightly jealous of Erika. Beato thought back on the books she had read in Featherine's archives, in which the old her and Battler fought. That must have been fun as well. If that wasn't the rule, then he wouldn't feel the need to reword the Krause's group isn't the culprit repetition request. Okay, good point. Good point. Good point. During a short break in the family conference, a horrible, brutal mass murder had occurred. I think I'm gonna take a little break. Refill my water, see if I can pacify Stella for a bit because she's getting all up in my business again. I'll be right back. Alright, thank you for your patience. I'm back. I don't know how long Stella will be held off from her mischief, but let's see. During a short break in the family conference, a horrible, brutal mass murder had occurred. Excluding Battler, the 6 people killed had all been women. The men who had been left behind went mad with rage at the cowardice of it. Y'all, none of those women were weak. Let's just get that out of the... you could argue Maria. Besides Maria, all of those moms, all of them can and will cut a bitch. And Natsuhi's even killed before, so... let's just stop right there. The men who had been left behind went mad with rage at the cowardice of it, broke down sobbing at the sadness of losing their wives, and went back and forth between the two many times. Thinking about a miracle happened and Osamu died so I didn't have to commit murder. Literally. Why were they all girls? Oh my god. Rowan, are you here? Confirmed. Battler and Beatrice really is Toxic Yuri. Why were they all girls, including Battler? Why were they all girls? How cowardly can a person be? What's wrong with us? Here we are under the same roof and we're just smoking away, not noticing that members of our own family are being killed. Damn it. Oh my god, look how pathetic and baby Kraus looks right now. But who? How? They were not unprotected. The chain was set for all of them. Woo! Violence against women. Rowan 2024. Damn. Who gives a damn about that? I don't care how they killed them. I just want to know who. Hey, Genji-san, Goda-san. Every time you quote it, you have to go back and look up how many O's were in Wu. What was the original quote again? Woo! Woo! Violence against women. I think I do remember that. I like your attention to detail. It was in Specs chat. Gotcha. Hey, Genji-san, Goda-san, were the doors and windows to the mansion all locked during the family conference? Yes. There could be no doubt. In accordance with Madam's instructions, everything is always locked at the time of the night patrol.
すぐに施錠するようにいたしておりました。
Night was a special case, but everything was locked up shortly after seeing the children off to the guest house.
そりゃおかしいぜ。
That doesn't make any sense.
だったらどうして屋敷にバトラーやマリアちゃんがいるんだ。
If that's true, how were Battler and Maria-chan inside the mansion? Now that's a good question. That's something I was kind of wondering about in the back of my head.
入ってこれないはずだろう。
They shouldn't have been able to get in, right?
戸締まりがほんまにしっかりしとったらそういうことにはならんはずや。
If everything really was locked up properly, that couldn't have happened.
この二人が屋敷の中にいたことが戸締まりが完全じゃなかったことの証拠とちゃうんかな。
Doesn't the two of them being inside the mansion prove that the building wasn't completely locked up? Right? Right? No, Dan, I think you're right. I'll tell you why. There was that scene with Beatrice and Elder Beatrice, and every time a servant would lock the windows, she would follow behind and unlock the windows, saying this was her job as like the witch. This is the little ways she could get her power back and make people believe in witches. So clearly Shano unlocked the windows when they were locking up. That's what it is. That's what it is. Because Elder Beatrice unlocked the windows, Battler and Maria could enter the mansion. Doesn't the two of them being in the mansion prove that the building wasn't completely locked up? Right? Right? He was arguing that Goda's failure to lock up properly might have allowed a stranger to sneak in. Oh, poor Goda! At the very least, none of them had known that Battler and Maria had visited the mansion. If those two had come and found everything locked tight, they wouldn't have been able to get inside. If they had rung the doorbell, Goda would probably have heard them from the servant room, but Goda said nothing of the sort had happened. How they had entered the locked mansion was a complete mystery. You don't think...
例えば奥様方のどなたかがたまたま玄関近くにおいでになり
For example, what if Madam or someone happened to be close by the
バ
entrance
トラー様たちのノックか呼び鈴に気づいて扉をお開けになったとか
and noticed Battler-sama and Maria-sama knocking or heard the bell?
そんなわけねえだろ。
That couldn't have happened.
その時ゴダさんは使用人室にいたはずだろ。
You were in the servant room then, right, Goda?
玄関が開いたら使用人室にチャイムが鳴る仕掛けがあったはずだぜ。
There's a chime that goes off in the servant room when the front door opens. Oh, that's new to me.
来客に気づかねえわけはねえ。
There's no way you'd have missed anyone.
それがその
Yes, but you see...
ゴーダはその時ちょうど皆様方のお言いつけでお飲み物等の配膳にお伺いしており
At that time, Goda was serving drinks as you requested.
使用人室に不在でした。
So he was not in the servant room.
なんでこんな大事な日に屋敷の使用人が一人なんだ。
Why was there only one servant in the mansion on such an important day?
どうして源氏さんみたいな重要な人がゲストハウスの当番なんだ。
Why was someone as important as Genji-san on duty in the guest
お
house?
かしいじゃねえか。
Does that make any sense?
どうして使用人室を空っぽにしちまったんだ。
Why was the servant room left empty? Ooh, Rudolph, I'm starting to see some of your father in you.
妻がそういうシフトを組んだのだ。
My wife was the one who put those shifts together.
よく気の利くゴーダなら親族会議中にも洒落た飲み物を差し入れてくれると期待したのだろう。
She probably hoped that Goda could serve some fashionable drinks during the family conference as well, since he often thinks to do such things.
しかしな、クラウス兄さん。
Oh man, this Hideyoshi face. But Kraus Nissan,
親族会議やで。
this is the family conference, right?
一年で一番大切な日やで。
The most important day of the year, right?
そんな日になんでゴーダさん一人だけを屋敷の当番にしたんや。
Why was Goda-san left as the only person on shift in the mansion?
せめてもう一人おったら話は変わってたんとちゃうか。
If there'd been just one more person, everything would be different, don't you think?
な
Well, with a half crying, half enraged, jumbled up expression, Hideyoshi yelled at Goda. Poor Goda. Of course, the culprit who killed everyone was the most to blame and the most despicable. However, because Genji was actually the one to set up shifts to accommodate hashtag blame Shano and or Natsuhi's involved with the murder and planned it that way on purpose. However, even if he understood that, he needed to let off some of his emotions by hating someone he could see. Poor Goda. Mans never asks for this.
皆さんの胸中
I understand
心よりお察しします
how distressing this must be for all of you.
ですがどうか落ち着いてください
However, please calm down.
ゴーダさんの戸締まりが不完全だったか
I don't know whether Goda-san wasn't thorough enough when locking up,
あるいはゲストハウスから戻ってきたバトラさんとマリアさんを誰かが迎え入れてその後施錠し忘れたのかは分かりません
or whether someone let Battler-san and Maria-san in after they came back from the guest house and then forgot to lock up afterwards.
それが謎の犯人の侵入と関係があったとは限りません
But whatever the case, it doesn't necessarily have anything to do with how the mysterious culprit snuck in.
何しろ
After all,
あれだけの大きなお屋敷です
the mansion is massive.
もっと早い段階から屋敷に入りずっと深夜までどこかの部屋で息を殺していたのかもしれません
They might have come in much earlier and hid until late at night for all we know.
誰かを疑いたい気持ちは分かりますがどうか落ち着いてください
I can understand the desire to suspect someone, but please calm down.
客人の言う通りだ
Our guest is right.
憎むべきは犯人であってたまたま当番だったゴーダではない
The culprit is the one we should hate, not Goda, who just happened to be on duty. Poor Goda.
とにかく落ち着こ
At any rate, let's calm down.
う私とて悔しい
I feel as terrible as the rest of you.
だが今は我々が率先して冷静さを取り戻さなくてはどうしようもない
However, we must take the initiative now and regain our composure.
兄貴皆辛くて悔しい気持ちは同じだ
We all feel sad and devastated,
そして犯人を絶対に許したくない
and none of us will ever forgive the one who did this.
だからこそ我々は冷静を取り戻さなければならないのだ
That is why we all need to regain our composure.
そうや
He's right.
わしにもジョージがおる
I still have George. Wow, you're gonna make Rudolph feel
ク
worse.
ラウス兄さんにはジェシカちゃんがおる
Oh, well, I mean, he still has Ange, that's true. Rouse Nissan still has
そし
Jessica-chan.
てルドルフ君も帰りを待つエンジちゃんがおるはずや
And Rudolph-kun. You still have Ange-chan waiting for you to return, right?
犯人と差し違えたる思うんは まだ早いんや。
It's still too soon to go risking everything to take down the killer.
まだ犯人はこの島にいます。
The culprit is still on this island.
そしてこの無残な事件がこれで幕を下ろしたとは限らないのです。
And we can't be sure that this tragic crime is over.
私たちは冷静を取り戻し、これ以上の惨劇を食い止めねばなりません。
We need to stay calm and prevent any further tragedies. Erika's words softly consoled them and gently admonished them. If a servant had said the same thing, Rudolph probably would have jumped on him. However, since it had come from the lips of the guest, a neutral party, it seemed to reach their ears.
落ち着きましょう。
Let's stay cool.
ここには成人の男性が3人もいて、そして銃を持っています。
We have three grown men with us, and guns as well.
犯行の手口を見る限り、犯人が銃を持っている可能性は低いでしょう。
Judging by the pattern of the murders, the chances that the culprit has a gun are low. Oh, so even Natsuhi's murder didn't look like it was done with a gun?
つまり、私たちがしっかりしている限り、もはや犯人に手出しする余地はないということです。
In other words, as long as we keep our heads, the culprit will no longer have any way to touch us.
彼女の言う通りだ。
She's right. Damn, we got so many options this time for separate the two who are close. She's right.
後宮の島でこれ以上犯人の好き勝手にさせるわけにはいかん。
We can't let that murderer have his way on our island any longer.
探し出そう。
Let's find the killer.
この台風で
We're in the middle of a
島
typhoon.
からは逃げられねえし、雨宿りできる場所だって限られてるはずだ。
They can't escape from the island. There's only so many places where they can take shelter from the rain.
この島は案外狭くありません。
This island is larger than you'd think.
残念ですが、この程度の人数で島を探すのは難しいでしょう。
Unfortunately, it would be difficult to search the island with so few people.
何しろ皆さんは見つけたら即座に撃ち殺さんばかりの勢いです。
After all, you all look ready to shoot the culprit dead on the spot if you were to find them now.
怯えた犯人があの深い森の中に逃げ込んだとしたら簡単には見つけられません。
If the culprit has fled into that dense forest fearing for their life, you won't find them easily. That's what I thought of as possibilities for many of the previous murders, but nobody ever brought it up.
そうやな。
Right.
おとなしく台風が過ぎるのを待って。
We should just wait patiently for the typhoon to pass.
船に警察を呼んでもらい、島中を徹底的に探し回ってもらう方がええやろ。
Have the boat call the police for us, and let them thoroughly search the island.
警察はな、すごいで。
The police are incredible, you know?
何百人も来てくれて、ほんまにしらみつぶしで探すんや。
They'll bring hundreds of people and pick through it with a fine-tooth comb.
いくらあの深い森でもな、絶対にあぶり出してみせるで。
That forest may be deep, but they'll definitely smoke the killer out.
今一番大事な
The most important thing now
これ以上愛する家族を失わないこと
is to make sure no more of our beloved family members are taken from us. The servants, though, they can burn.
ルドルフ
Rudolph,
お前に万が一があったら帰りを待つエンジェちゃんはどうなる
if something happens to you, what will happen to Ange-chan back home? Oh, I know what happens to Ange-chan back home, and it's nothing good. Although it might be different now that Eva's gone, too.
キリエバトラ
Kirie. Battler.
畜生
Damn it. Damn it. Aww. So Battler inherited this part of himself from his father.
お前たちに俺はまだ
Oh, oh,
打ち明けてもらってる
I never had a chance to tell you the truth. Realizing that in the oh no, you're right. In all the timelines where there's no survivors, she's stuck with her mom's side of the family. Oh, it fucking sucks for her no matter what. Oh shit. You're so right. Oh. Also, hey Dan, how about this part? The part that you figured out. The Sumaderas. I'd rather take Eva. I never had a chance to tell you the truth. That Battler is actually Kirie's son, and I switched the babies. Because Asumu was already on my family register. I thought of an even crazier possibility. Not only were the... Oh, no. Okay, this can't be a possibility because there's no sense... There's no reason why Kraus would keep it from Kirie. I had a thought that maybe the quote-unquote battler that Natsuhi threw off the cliff 19 years ago was Asumu's son, Battler. But then I thought, if he was going to, if Rudolph was gonna be like, no, Kirie, I actually like you better, even though I'm committed to marrying Asumu now, and I'm not willing to get a divorce. I can actually have your son be my son instead of her son, and I'll just give the other son to my dad to do with what he will. There's no way he wouldn't tell Kirie if he was actually in on it like that. So actually, I'm throwing that possibility away, because why the hell would he not tell Kirie that? It's gotta be the other thing. It's gotta be Asumu was on the family register, and Asumu's baby was the one who died, but Kirie had a son, and they got swapped. That's still what makes the most sense. Kraus-san. I'm sure that everyone in the cousins' room is extremely agitated right now. If you show them that you've regained your composure, I'm sure that will help them relax a lot. Would you mind heading up there? Good point. We have to talk with everyone about what we're going to do next. Please go up with him, Genji-san and Goda-san. I'm sure Shannon-san, Kanon-san, and Kumasawa-san are all very agitated as well. She's gonna put all the servants up on the second floor. She's got an ulterior motive. Yes. Yes, I'm sure everyone is quite agitated. Are you certain?
何かお手伝いできることは他にありませんか？
Is there nothing more we can help with?
だからこそクラウスさんと一緒にいてください。
Wait, we still have not seen Nanjo. Where the fuck is Nanjo? That's the very reason I want you to go with Kraus-san.
すぐにそれに応えられるよ
I want you there to help him if something
うに
happens.
私たちは先にここの土地
Nanjo has died? But he hasn't been found or declared or nobody's said a thing. I'd like for the rest of us to check that everything's locked up here.
すぐに上がりますから先に行ってください。
We'll head up soon, so please go on ahead.
わかりました。
Understood.
何かございましたらお呼びください。
I'm trying to remember. Hold on. Has Nanjo had a line this entire episode so far? Is he even here? Are they just having an entire episode without Nanjo and everybody forgot about him so nobody's bringing it up? Or what? I guess we'll find out when they go upstairs because Nanjo should be up there, but if you need anything, please call us. Genji bowed and nodded to Kraus. Kraus nodded to Erika, and then headed upstairs with Genji and Goda. When only men are around in a time of confusion, it is easy for a composed member of the opposite sex to control the initiative. Even without the detective's authority, Nanjo's having a different type of line. He's busy doing that? What the hell, Nanjo? Even without the detective's authority, she was able to control them quite naturally. Erika had wanted to get rid of the servants for the time being. I knew it. Okay. In that case, let's get to checking the locks. The problem is the big window in the lounge. It looks like it doesn't even have shutters. If they smash this, we won't be able to stop them from coming in. Don't worry. The sound of the glass smashing will be more than enough warning. We'll turn them into Swiss cheese.
お静かに
Quiet, please.
皆さんに残ってもらったのは戸締まりの確認のためではありません。
I didn't have you stay down here to check the doors and windows.
今から言うことを冷静に聞いてください。
Please listen calmly to what I'm about to say. When Erika lowered her voice, Rudolph and Hideyoshi realized that she had something secret to talk about. So they brought their ears closer as they regained their composure.
いいですか?
And she wanted Kraus to go up there too? Are you ready?
事件は親族会議の小休止中というわずかの時間の間に起こりました。
This crime happened during a short break in the family conference.
そのわずかの時間中に誰にも悟られずに6人もの人間を殺すなど到底場当たり的な犯行とは思えません。
In that tiny span of time, 6 people were killed without anyone noticing. I can't imagine that was the result of any haphazard crime.
これは屋敷の内外の構造を知り尽くした関係者の犯行です。
This crime was committed by someone who knew the layout of this mansion well, inside and out. Well, sure, if they didn't know the inside well, then... But still... A short while ago, they had lambasted Goda, suspecting the servants of having made a blunder. However, they had only thought he had forgotten to lock up, and were attacking him for letting the mysterious culprit sneak in. They hadn't considered that one of the servants they knew so well might have taken those lives with their own hands. No, they hadn't wanted to think that. People can't easily suspect someone they know well of being a killer.
犯行当時、
At the time of the crime,
屋敷は内部より施錠され、親族会議に関わる皆さんしか存在しませんでした。
the mansion was locked from the inside, and only those involved with the family conference existed there.
じゃあ兄貴がキリエたちを殺したってのか？
Yeah, imagine if one of the servants was the murderer, a servant who has been there for most of their life. Hashtag blame Shano. So what, you're saying Aniki killed Kirie and the others?
それとも秀吉兄さんを疑えってのか？
Or am I supposed to suspect Hideyoshi Nissan?
考えられねえ。
It's impossible. Unthinkable.
わしは花からクラス兄さんもルドルフ君も疑っとらんで。
I've never even considered suspecting Kraus Nissan or Rudolph
わし
Kuhn.
ら兄弟はみんな夫婦仲は円満や。
All of us siblings were happily married. Wow. Wow. Poor Rosa.
後ろ宮家は確かに規律や金には厳しい一族やで。
True, the Ushinomiya family may be strict with discipline and
し
money.
かしな、家族を大事にするっていう気持ちは他の家に勝るとも劣らんつもりやで。
But that doesn't mean we treasure our own families less than any other family would.
もちろんそれは信じてます。
Yes, of course I believe
皆
that.
さんが奥さんを殺すなど夢にも思っていませんから。
I wouldn't dream that any of you would kill your own wives. Let's just, ignore statistics now. Erika had already received red truth proof from Battler that they were not the murderers. So there was no need to argue that point. Kraus, Rudolph, Hideyoshi, and Goda. None of those four was the killer. And yet, Erika said this.
しかし、ゴーダさんはどうでしょうか？
Oh, Erika, you dick. Poor Goda-san. Goda's not gonna catch a break. This whole game. This whole episode. However, what about Goda-san?
親族会議の間、ずっと控室にいて、誰にも知られずに何らかの工作ができる立場です。
He was in the servants' quarters for the whole time during the family conference, in a position to act without anyone else's knowledge.
ゴーダさんを疑うのはちょいと早いで。
Hold up, let's not jump the gun on suspecting Goda-san.
ゴーダさんは小休止の時、
He came to bring us drinks in the dining hall during the
飲
break.
み物の配膳に来てくれてたんや。だいぶ長いことを一緒にいてくれた。
He was with us for a good long while.
とても6人も殺す時間的猶予があったとは思えんのや。
I can't imagine he had the time to kill 6 people.
しかし実行犯を屋敷内に手引きすることはできたかも。
But he might have been able to let the actual killer into the mansion.
そういうことです。
Precisely.
ゴーダさん自身は実行犯ではないでしょう。
Goda-san probably didn't kill them himself.
しかし、実行犯を密かに屋敷内に迎え入れることは十分に可能でした。
However, it's very possible that he secretly welcomed the actual murderer into the mansion. Rudolph and Hideyoshi, stunned, looked at each other. They were all family. Even the wife of a sibling was still family. The siblings may have harbored hatred for each other, but they could never have hated each other's wives enough to kill them. Although Eva and Rosa were part of the siblings' circle of hate, there could be no reason for a sibling to kill any of the others who had died, Nasuhi, Kirie, Battler, or the young Maria. But to a servant like Goda, perhaps everyone was little more than a complete stranger.
私が使用人を疑う点は2点です。
I suspect the servants on 2 counts.
まず1点目は犠牲者たちと面識があり、かついずれの現場にも争った跡がないこと。
First, the victims are familiar with them, and there were no signs of a struggle at any of the crime scenes.
すべての現場は全く乱れていなかったのを皆さんもよくご存知のはずです。
I'm sure you're all well aware that none of the rooms were the least bit disturbed.
それは俺も思ってたぜ。
I thought that too.
この喧嘩慣れしたキリエが何の抵抗もなく綺麗にぱったり殺されるかって。
Kirie's used to fighting. Like hell she'd get killed that easily without resisting.
相手の指くらいは食いちぎる女だぜ。
That woman wouldn't hesitate to bite your finger off. What interesting wording, considering we saw a scene with somebody getting their finger bit off. And then apparently not actually getting bit off.
顔見知りが犯人で油断させたところを突然って方が確かに説明はつく。
It does make more sense if the culprit was someone she knew, who suddenly attacked when her guard was down.
それを言ったらうちのエヴァもや。
Come to think of it, same goes for my Eva.
何しろ武芸百般。
She knows a dozen kind of martial arts.
暴漢が襲ってこないかと日々ワクワクしとる女やで。
She spends every day practically wishing for some ruffian to attack her. That's so cute.
そんなあっさりと殺されるわけがない。
She wouldn't have been killed off in a snap like that.
なら客間のローザさんだってどうです？
And what about Rosa-san in the parlor? Oh, Rosa's fucking scary. Does anybody even know?
一人娘と一緒のローザさんが不審者相手に抵抗もせずミスミスと殺されると思いますか？
No. Do you think she would allow herself to be easily killed by a stranger without resisting while she had her only daughter with her?
そしてこのことはもう一つ大事なことを教えています。
And this tells us something else that's important.
大事なこと？
Something important.
犯人は一人じゃないってことか。
There's more than one culprit.
そうや。
Or they were killed elsewhere and then brought into undisturbed rooms. Or they're involved. You're right.
客間にはローザさんとマリアちゃんが2人おったんや。
Both Rosa-san and Maria-chan were in the parlor.
同時に殺さなかったら大騒ぎになるところやで。
The culprit must have killed them both at the same time, or they'd have made a hell of a racket.
それを殺せたっちゅうことは犯人は単独犯じゃないってことや。
And if they were able to do that, there can't have been just one of them.
ローザはマリアちゃんのことが絡めば小連れ熊みたいに怒りっぽくなるやつだ。
When it came to Maria-chan, Rosa was like a quick-to-anger mother bear. Okay, so he's at least a little aware.
仮に相手が銃で脅したとしてもひるむようなやつじゃねえ。
She wouldn't cower in fear, not even if someone pointed a gun at her. Oh my god, you actually know your sister after all. I'm impressed, Rudolph.
なるほど。ローザにギリギリまで不信感を持たれない人物ってわけか。
I see. So it had to have been people who wouldn't rouse Rosa's suspicion until the last second.
未知の部外者が島に紛れ込んでいるという考えの方が非現実的であることが
Hold on. So, Battler is trying to use this game to show that he understands the truth of everything. So, I've been saying that Shanon and an accomplice who can pretend to be one of the other personalities are the masterminds. So if they both cooperated on all of these murders, perhaps with cooperation of some of the victims, they're the ones who did it. So it's Shannon and Kanon, but you know, one of them is pretending to be someone else. But they could work together. I believe you can see already that the idea, and so Battler may have put this together to prove he knows what's up with them. But that still doesn't explain how they could get out of the rooms. I believe you can see already that the idea of an unknown outsider sneaking onto the island is actually the less realistic. Whoever they are, they're familiar with this island. Wait a second. No, that wouldn't explain how they got out. So I know Elder Beatrice started unlocking all the windows. You could say all of these rooms had windows that could be unlocked, but that would make it possible for Shannon and Kanon to get in to any of these rooms. But it doesn't explain how they were able to get out with the windows being locked afterwards. Whoever they are, they're familiar with this island. And there's more than one of them. Shannon and Kanon, baby! There is more than one culprit, and they know the island. Erika's reasoning pointed clearly at the ones they should suspect and guard themselves against. So, you suspect the servants? Yes. Under the current circumstances, they are the most suspicious. The second reason I have for suspecting them is the fact that the locked rooms were formed with chain locks. Why do the chain locks make them suspicious? What if there was no chain lock on the locked rooms? That's not much of a locked room. Anyone could make a room like that with nothing more than a master key. Yes, I see. The servants had to seal them with the chains so that they wouldn't be suspected. Exactly. By setting the chain, they don't have to worry about being suspected. To turn it around, if the chains weren't set, they wouldn't be able to avoid suspicion since they hold the master keys. So, the only ones with something to gain from setting the chains are the servants. Ooh, that's a way of thinking about it. I'm not trying to protect them or anything, but if so, how do they actually set the chains? Is it possible to set them from the outside? Considering how they are built, I don't think that would be impossible. Have you ever heard this story? Apparently, some mailmen who deliver to apartment mailboxes are known to carry loops of wire with them. Yeah, I've heard of that. Apartment mailboxes often have similar adjoining boxes around them for the nearby room numbers.
ひょいっと投函したら一部屋間違ったポストだったっちゅうことも割とある話らしいや。
I hear that sometimes when mailmen aren't being careful enough, they accidentally deliver letters to the next room over.
マンションのポストは施錠されていることがほとんどです。
Those mailboxes are almost always
間
locked.
違って投函してしまったらもう取り出せなくなってしまう。
If you put the mail into the wrong one, you'd have no way of getting it out. In that situation, they're supposed to tell the owner of that mailbox about their mistake, have that person unlock the mailbox for them, and retrieve the improperly delivered mail. Oh, because of slots. Like, they put it in a slot for that mail, and so they'd have to ask for it to be opened. Okay. However, the resident of that apartment would often be out, and going through the process would be a real pain. Because of that, some mailmen would make a little tool out of wire with a hook at the end, and use that to fish the mistakenly delivered postcard out through the crack of the mailbox, out through the slot. I've heard of this, but I've heard of this from, like those big, mail, like those really big mailboxes that you see at the post office, where it's like, you know, slot, mail goes in here, right? Someone I know was, telling me about some frustrations they were having with like being told they hadn't paid a bill when they definitely had sent it, and they had dropped it off at the post office, and then they realized that the box they had dropped it off in was stuffed chock full with letters, and it turns out that mailbox had not been like opened for a long time. I forget what the reason was, if it was just a fuck up, but she told me that she was talking to them, and I forget the context, but they described like having a hook and a wire to go into slots that they could, for mailboxes they couldn't open up, to retrieve mail that had been dropped in there. I've heard something similar from a friend of mine at a building management company. They sometimes get drunks who lock themselves in a toilet stall and fall asleep. So to get them out of there, they stick a thin metal tool through the crack in the door and undo the latch.
そういうことです。
Exactly.
どこの業界でも本来は開けられないものをひょいっと開けられる裏技的な小道具が存在するものです。
All industries have little tools that can easily open things that normally can't be opened. Now this is very interesting. Erika knows the deep lore.
同じものを屋敷の使用人たちが持っていたとしても、取り立てて驚くことではありません。
It wouldn't be particularly surprising if the servants of a mansion had something of the sort. Oh, so how come you're riling them up when you know that they weren't tampered with from the outside? Why are you riling them up? Make more murders happen? Good point. Once you figured out the knack of it. You could probably set the chain from the outside by using a wire as well. Yes, we can't be sure that it's impossible. true, physically speaking, one couldn't say for sure that there existed absolutely no way to set and unset chain locks from the outside. Chain locks allow for the door to be opened a crack. If the person were to stick something through that crack, they should be able to manage it easily. It was very natural for Rudolph and Hideyoshi to think that way. Don't scare me, don't scare me, don't scare me, don't scare me, don't scare me. Oh, thank you. However, Erika knew better. Though it might be possible in reality, it had already been declared with the red truth that these locked rooms could not have been constructed from the outside. I know, then what are you doing? In other words, it was impossible to manipulate the chain lock from the outside. And yet, Erika was guiding their thoughts to put them under the illusion that only the servants could have constructed the locked rooms. With an air of solemnly revealing some vital point, she steadily steered the situation in the direction she wanted. Everything about her serious face for the last few minutes was an act. No, to put it in her words, it was a detective technique for tricking suspects. I plan to tell Kraus-san what I've told you. I'm not saying that all the servants are culprits. However, it is very likely that one of them is a culprit or has been assisting the culprit. We should split them apart and have people with guns keep an eye on them. Ooh, this'll be fun with Shanon and Kanon. See if I can see one of them slip up and figure out who's the double. Who's the accomplice. Rudolph and Hideyoshi looked at each other again. What she was saying made sense, and it sounded as though she was calmly smoking out the most suspicious people at this point in time. With her accomplished conversation techniques, Erika was skillfully grasping the initiative. Even without the presence of the detective's authority, controlling human nature like this is trivial. Your thoughts, ladies and gentlemen? She even did the curtsy, damn. Her face. Ooh. So this will be really fun, but I gotta admit it. I'm feeling pretty tired. So even though emotionally I want to keep going, I don't think my body wants me to. Eepy, yeah. So let's see. Maybe it's less that I'm eepy and more that I need my body's like, have a proper dinner. Or something. Let's see. Owlin's on. Yeah, why not? Let's raid Owlin. Playing a game called Vivid Lope, which I don't really know about, so this seems fun. All right. Perfect. All right, thank you guys very much. I intend to be back for another stream tomorrow. As for what I'm streaming, you guys will just have to see. So thank you very much, and have a very good night. Night!